And live.
4,
Cool.
3, 2.
And live. All right. So we're actually going to do a quick session recap because unfortunately I did a whoopsie and I did not upload the last episode. Um, so I kind of, like, before we even started the stream, we kind of actually did a session recap really quick. But just for the sake of the DM not getting a DM inspiration, is there anyone who wants to do the session recap?
Uh,
We went
I
to
know
the tavern.
we went to
No,
a
I'll chip
tavern
in a
and we
little.
had a drinking contest with a monk who was immune to getting drunk, and we talked to him about it, and we became friends, I guess. I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Before
he
that
got
happened, though, we
cheated.
accepted a job from a caster of some sorts.
We're
Who
Verana.
was, who was drinking tea at a club. Which
Who's-
we, before that, we actually entered the club with, having found the password, and we found out that this is pretty much where all the adults have been hanging out.
Yeah,
Yes,
hold on. Why are you
I
speaking
remember it
French?
too.
Who's this? We accepted a job. You
Glorb
accepted a job.
accidentally said the password too. I feel like that's a very important note.
Mhm.
It was very unintentional.
Weak password. Weak password.
Yeah.
It's like
And
1, 2, 3 smile.
Yeah, yeah. Or literally just essentially having the password as password. And then also too, just because I accidentally screwed this up last session, minor detail, but I was kicking myself after the fact. I think I described the mask, and if I did, I described it wrong, because the mask that he was wearing, I said it looked like a bird or something like that. It looks like a mole. The mask does.
I think you said Plague Doctor-esque.
Yeah, yeah. So I
That's
guess
what she
Plague
said.
Doctor-esque, but looking like a mole.
It's like a
instead
Plague
of
Doctor
bird.
mole.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, kind of dorky. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
Because that made more sense. Because I forgot, I looked back into it, because the notes for him are actually in a different spot. So I forgot that because it's also related to his name, which he didn't give you. So that's why I'm like, oh, I should make sure they actually have this detail. But anyway, so continuing. So yep, you were in the bar. You were doing some drinking games. You accepted a job. The payment, worth noting, was both gold and spells. And then, because it's so, therefore that kind of alludes to the fact that it was a wizard. And actually, she did counterspell some shenanigans that was about to happen, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Glorb was gonna set the table on fire.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, it was
Because
using
I asked him to
bonfire.
cook the fish, and of
Yeah.
course he didn't wait for them to be on the stone cellar ground. He decided the
On
table's a good place to
table.
light a
A
bonfire.
wooden table.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
And
Yeah.
let's see, what else?
My favorite part is when I was doing the drinking competition with Timmel and I won.
Yes, that's right. And
Those
you actually
20s were crazy, both back and forth.
That would be the reason. I'd imagine another reason why I would set the bonfire on the table, because I'm not 100% coherent.
God, and also too, I just need to, like, thankfully I can scroll back up to the old rolls, because that's another thing that we missed by not having it recorded. Just all these nat 20s. There were so many nat 20s. It was nutty. But anyway.
Specifically while they were drinking.
Yeah, specifically while drinking. Exactly where you need it. And also too,
if we would have rolled like that during our fight with Griffin, it would have been very different.
Yeah. Yes. It would have been a wee bit different, but we digress. And then I'm trying to think, you caught up some of the members of the party who were a bit more preoccupied with their own happenings in the city while people were out and about. That was a big portion of it as well.
Damn.
I think that's about it.
No, like you did rob a family home, just like a
That's-
suburban family's home, to get the password and a couple
That's,
pieces of jewelry.
that's right. You did some robbing.
No.
investigating.
I investigated
Mhm.
a suspect's home.
True. You investigated a suspect's home and then stole their stuff.
Yes. And
I took
Procured
evidence.
evidence. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
yes. There's a difference. If this evidence happens to benefit you financially, so be it.
Although you did destroy the book. You like ripped it up or some such.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh yeah. The
You know what? I
diary.
don't know about that in game, so I'll
Yep.
just pretend I
So true. So
Yeah.
true.
didn't happen.
Nothing of that
And
sort happened.
Avalon did have a brief discussion with that's where we ended on. That's right. Avalon had a discussion with the barkeep who he managed to clock was a Queen's Maiden.
Timmel clocked it, or he clocked the cloak and then conveyed it to.
and then mentioned it to Avalon. That's right. And then because I know she mentioned that there was a couple Queen's Maidens, not that many, but there were some, including.
She said herself and 2 others, one of them named Kuro, and one of them is looking for the princess, while the 2 others are looking for the prince, I believe. And she said she's babysitting the king. She said Carl Rogers is an idiot. She said, what did she say? She said the queen seems to be somewhere here, which seems important. She said she saw her carriage, I believe, around.
And specifically here, not necessarily meaning in the city, but meaning like in the area.
Yes, yeah. And I assume she meant like in this, whatever world we're in, this like subspace something or other fictional. We still have no idea what's going on.
And I think she gave the name of the other person as well.
I think she did. I just missed it.
Which, in hindsight, after the fact, because I did a quick reviewing of some of your guys' backstories, and her name is Alawi, which I think should ring a bell. Anki, do you have any forgotten memories?
Yeah. And it is the one you think.
Oh, that's awesome. So never mind. There are no bells being rung. Oh, that's awesome.
It's his mom.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh, what are the odds? Okay, so
I've only lost one memory, and it's that one.
I think most of us have.
I lost a memory. I'm okay with the memory I lost.
God,
I just forgot the name of my horse. I'm pretty sure that's all it was.
That's rough.
That's sad.
That's
more sad
memory.
than anything.
It is
the sad.
Horse. It was important to him.
But is it super important to the lore of what's going on? Probably not, unless that horse pops up somehow in like a staple.
You know.
Fine. We're like all on the brink of death. It's like, you can live if you tell me the name of your best horse.
A centaur is attacking.
No.
Oh, that horse was my mother. Anyway.
Yeah, luckily, mine's just completely irrelevant to my character details. It has nothing to do with my backstory, really.
Yeah. I won't make comments on that. And then, all right. So with that, I'll say, I don't know, Needles and, you know what, Anki, you get one too. DM inspiration. And the DM may or may not give himself one for this one too.
Go from 0 to 1. Let's get it.
Not like we can see your rolls.
Yeah, I mean,
need to
fair,
tell us that you have
but
DM
it's more
inspiration.
for my own personal
Posterity's sake.
Yeah.
Speaking of the memories, actually, I'm worried that I'm gonna lose like my passive or like anti-killing one. I'm just gonna...
and just be like, you know what? Maybe this is all right. But yeah. So...
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
Because I've definitely done it before, probably. I don't know. And so we ended the session with the Avalon. You were asking the barkeep about why the princess might be getting hunted down by Alawi, who is known as like the Queen's left hand or the Queen's hammer.
Oh yeah,
and-
is the fact that the monk that he was a black dragonborn and the way he entered and left the bar was that he just dug through the wall? Is that important at all?
It could be, but it hasn't come up since.
Then I'll consider that another contribution to the recap.
Yes.
Very good.
And what are we getting at? Oh, yes. And it was mentioned as well that Avalon, as you were speaking, you're like, hey, so why? Because she's like, oh yeah, no, if you see the princess, don't engage. Focus on finding the prince. And you were like, oh, you know, what's so dangerous about this? And the barkeep mentioned, she's like, well, you know, she is very powerful with magic, very good at manipulating others, and is an incredible fighter. I mean, she was, after all, not only raised by the Queen, but raised by the Silent Sisters. And that's where we left off.
I'm probably going to continue asking, like, who are the Silent Sisters? Because this is the first time I've been hearing about them.
Oh, yeah, oh, jeez. Well, they are, as the name suggests, you know, bit of a more bigger secret. To be honest, it's above my pay grade. The only reason I know is my trainer was, you know, one of them. And specifically, Alawi, who admittedly is not the greatest at keeping secrets. So that the only reason I know is because she told me. And the only reason she told me is she has a tendency to say things she probably shouldn't, just because she's used to being able to just, you know, it's hard for your secrets to get revealed if everyone's dead. So that's usually her take on stealth, is, you know, there are no witnesses if there are no witnesses. So kind of eliminates the need to actually be stealthy, which, you know, good for her for being able to do that, but, you know, there are some things that you can't just brute force through. But, I mean, great teacher, don't get me wrong, I learned a lot from her, but, yeah, definitely said more than she probably should have. I mean, to my benefit, because, I mean, I got to learn a lot. But, and maybe that's where I got this blabbing tongue of mine. I probably told you way more than I should have, huh?
No,
Yeah.
continue.
Not really. I feel like you told us, you have told us like a bit, but like the most important things to keep us out of danger, it feels like you haven't told us much.
Right. And that's the thing, too. Like, I mean, I know we're supposed to keep stuff secret and such, but I mean, we're on the same team here, so I don't know. It feels weird to keep you out of the loop. So, but that's pretty much about as much as I got, frankly. I hate to say it, but I've mainly been watching this, well, useless hunk of meat just kind of rotting away, but, you know, he is still the king, so I still should need to make sure he's safe, too. Or at least doesn't screw anything up.
That is fair.
But,
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just about to ask if you wanted a drink or anything to change the subject. But if you have more to ask, feel free.
Oh, I don't really. It's like, I feel like you answered all my questions that I really have. It's just
cool.
very weird
Yeah.
where we are and what's happening.
Hey, real quick, actually, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask. And she'll kind of... Oh, of course, the two people not here. Never mind then. She'll kind of turn...
Dragonborn.
She'll turn to Timmel and to Hawka and then turn back to Avalon and be like, hey, so, like, are those, like, double agents, or, like, are they with you, or, like, are they a little suspicious?
They are with me. To be fair, we are all.
Remember, before you continue, Avalon, remember, the two of us did drink a truth serum, so
Yes.
you can't
Right.
lie at the moment, unless
Yeah.
it wore off by now. I don't know.
No,
the length.
it's still going. Yeah.
Okay, just remember that whenever you answer.
Yeah. They are with us. We just don't remember much as we came into this world.
Ah, okay, that's fair. Well, I'd just say, and she'll kind of say in a whisper, like, look, not to be insensitive, but the war is still pretty fresh for a lot of people, so just be careful. They might not actually be on our side. I hate to put that idea out there, because I could very well be wrong. Just keep an eye out, okay?
Well, you're not the first person to say that to us.
Okay, well, then there we go. And just, yeah, I don't know, just careful. I mean, obviously not all of them are bad. Like, I don't think that guy was doing anything other than draining us of our funds, and damaging the walls. But, so obviously some of them are just kind of living their life, but just be careful.
We'll try. I'll say there is one more thing I want to ask.
Yes?
And have you heard about any missing children?
Yeah, a little bit. I've here and there. Mainly people, you know, their kids will go missing, they'll go looking, but a lot of it seems to be kids without parents. It seems to be kind of a tactical, not just random. So kids who, you know, most people don't go looking. Mind you, these kids have friends, those friends talk, the parents just say maybe the kid ran off or something like that. So really the only reason why I've heard of it is parents getting a little bit concerned that their kid's friend went missing, but no parent has reported their kids going missing.
Are you saying kids without parents, like orphans, or kids who are just away from their parents?
No, like kids who don't have parents to report them being missing.
That's
Not a
all.
whole lot of them here, but not exactly an organized orphanage. Most of the kids here either will find an abandoned house to sleep in, will sleep somewhere in the gardens. A lot of them tend to stay in the stables, or just they'll play around at night, and then during the day they'll find a spot to sleep, or they'll sleep in the market. Not a whole lot of them, but there were some at least.
She just lifted off every area in town.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we'll
she
just sleep
didn't lift
anywhere.
off the theater.
True.
Well, thank you for the information. Either way.
Yeah, of course. Best of luck with looking into that. I'd like to say that it's just a coincidence, but you asking about it does make it seem potentially problematic. But regardless, I gotta stick to my posts. I get decent information here and there. But
Right.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for just outing you as a Queen's Maiden
Oh,
right here and right now.
It's all right. I mean, you didn't say it that loud. Let's just try not to say it that out loud again.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. She kind of looks around quickly after saying that.
I mean, I feel like they're too drunk to actually listen to us.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, no, you're right, but I just don't want to risk that, right? Like, there's always a chance of someone not being drunk, or, you know." And she'll cast a quick spell. Make an Arcana check.
Oh.
Assuming I'm still on Avalon's head, just
Yeah.
listening to this, can I also make an Arcana check?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, why is everything grayed out?
Oh, wow.
They changed the color scheme?
Oh,
It still works. I just, there's no,
Huh.
none of the check marks are blue, they're just gray.
And let's see, we take one. So 10, not enough, but with a 14, you recognize the components. She's casting the spell See Invisibility. As she quickly looks around and goes, okay, alright, so we're good on that front. I always forget I should cast it every once in a while. You never know who might be around if you don't check.
that is a handy spell.
Oh yeah, very much so. Especially in this line of work. Anyway, and she kind of pauses and she's like, oh, and you know, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you this as well. You wouldn't have happened to have seen, because I think you mentioned Prince Carl Rogers, and that's not the, well, I guess it's technically the prince, but it's not the prince, you know what I mean? Not sure what's going on with him. But you wouldn't have happened to seen Ada, have you?
She said Ava or Ada?
Oh, sorry, Ava, you're right.
She did ask us, she did interrogate us about that pretty thoroughly last time, and we pretty much said, we pretty much got away with it by saying, like, oh, we haven't met any tiara-wearing princesses, and we haven't met any half-elves named Ava, I think. I forget what she did, but she did ask us about that.
That's right,
And
that's
then,
right.
You're
So
telling
never
the
mind, she
truth
wouldn't have asked
slyly.
then.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
we bent the truth and just danced around it, and she seemed to buy it. I don't know
Yeah.
if you wanted to make us roll for that retroactively, but
No.
we just sort of let that pass.
Because you drank this truth serum, and I guess she could technically roll like an insight just to see if like she catches on that the wording is weird.
I'm not rolling insight.
No, she would.
It's not as
Oh, I
if
see, I see.
Telling the truth was like not the
Yeah.
truth that she wants to
It's
hear.
telling the truth in a deceptive way.
Yeah.
So it's still deception adjacent.
But, and she rolls with disadvantage just mainly because she's a bit confident that the drink is working, and then also because, you know, that's more work for her if you are lying. So yeah, she seems to accept that as an answer. And that's retroactive too, because that already happened, and she's not gonna ask a second time. Okay. And
Actually,
with-
while she's, I was
Yes,
gonna
sorry.
say, while she's got See Invisibility up, I'm going to summon Resin on top of Enki's head, assuming he's within 30 feet, and just have her start pulling on his hair invisibly and see if she picks up on it.
Yeah, Enki, there is something on your head pulling your hair. Do you do anything? Oh, Enki?
Why is my character huge?
I made it big for the sake of
To get your
content.
attention.
Yeah, that too. This is the guy getting the hair pulled.
The ponytail.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah,
to
your
say. I was like,
ponytail's getting
yeah,
tugged
you got long
invisibly.
hair too.
Yep.
So Enki, you're just kind of like sitting there, just like, well, I guess my hair's getting pulled.
Just kind of like look around, make sure it's not a person. It's like, whatever.
Does
Yeah, she.
the Queen's Maiden react to it?
The bartender sees Enki just kind of not have a large reaction to it, and then she just kind of shrugs. But she does, like, based on her eye movement, it seems like she notices.
Okay, I just wanted to see how on edge she was. Doesn't seem like she's super worried.
No. Oh, yeah. Make an insight check for me.
Okay, sure. That'll always go well.
Yeah, I'll give no additional information. You can work on what you have.
In Avalon's mind, Avalon, just before we go, do you want to get a name?
Her
Or are we
name?
just... It could be useful.
Yeah. Sorry again. You never told us your name.
Oh, my name's Petal.
Petal or petal?
Like a flower petal.
Okay.
Oh, not pedal to the metal. That's disappointing.
Yeah, no, my,
That was out of character.
yeah,
Did
yeah.
not say that.
She's like, yeah, my mom couldn't decide what flower she knew she wanted to name me after a flower, but couldn't think of which one to pick, so she just went with Petal instead. But, I'll take it. Not sure if I fully agree with it, but it works.
Okay, it's a name apparently for parents.
Yeah? But, and hey, I mean, Alawi thought it was fine, so.
What is the Alawi like?
She's very, how do I put it? She's a bit eccentric, I think is a good way to put it. And she's got definitely a lot of energy to her. I think, while she handled it better than a lot of people, I do think being in the thicket might have had a bit of an impact on her. Because I do feel like she was a bit more serious before that mission. It's not that, I mean, she loves the crown. She takes her work seriously, but she definitely doesn't have the same level of, I guess, seriousness as most people in the craft do. Nor do, and I think unfortunately that might reflect on some of her students. I hope not, but if it does, I'm blaming her. I mean, you can do your job without being stuck up. That's what she would always say, and frankly, I think she had a point. But, anyway. Yeah, no, honestly, I hope that you get to meet her. She's a wonderful woman and a great help. So if you see her around, I'm sure she'll be able to help you out. Yeah, and actually, too, definitely if you happen to see Ava, you should report that to her. She'd be the one you want to go to. Don't try to deal with Ava on your own. Or just in general. Don't try to deal... Like, I know you have a whole party, but I don't think that's worth the risk. I think you should probably let the professional handle that. Like the professional. No disrespect to you guys. I'm sure you guys are very capable. Just, you know...
Speaking of capable, Avalon, what do you say we go and solve this missing children problem? Unless you had anything else to ask.
No, you just see on Avalon's face, like, when she says we're a capable group, you just see, like, he's like, and just think about all the battles we've been through already, and, like, we're very capable, I guess. Wait, yes, we should start heading out now. Thank you for everything, Petal.
She's like, yes, of course. And it's been
Good
a
luck
pleasure.
with the moles.
Yeah. No kidding. Thanks again for dealing with that.
Needles has now flown over to Enki, and both him and Resin are tugging on his hair.
And with that, you guys have had your drinks, had some chats. Are you heading out of the bar, or is there anything else you guys do while in the inn?
I feel like we should just head out, right?
Everyone, the only super relevant piece of information we got is that none of the children, and again, this is silently in everybody's mind to not panic anybody.
Yep.
None of the children that have gone missing are have parents. All of them orphans, which means we probably won't get much more information asking around here.
And we also have like another location, the stables, if we don't find anything in the sewers in the marketplace.
She did say that's where most of them slept. But not all.
Right.
Is Axon still upstairs?
Yeah, I think he's still upstairs, yeah.
Right, because he and Severance had been up there, but Severance came down for the contest.
Yeah.
Well, unless we have anything else to be done here, we should, depending on how late it is, either sleep or visit the sewage system.
She did say the kids play at night more often.
True, so maybe we don't want to rest quite yet. Is it close to sundown, Chef?
Yeah, it's getting pretty close.
It might be the perfect time then. Assuming we're not afraid of the dark. We do have a master torchbearer on our team, eh, Glorb?
The darkness calms me down.
And hides your wolf, which will be handy for not panicking the citizens.
Arf, arf.
Arf, arf, indeed, I respond in wolf.
And all right, so you guys head out then from the basement, unless anyone had anything else they wanted to do.
What time of day is it?
Yes, so it's hard to tell since you're in the basement, but based on the fact that the bar does seem to be picking up more in terms of like busyness and customers coming in, you have the idea that it might be getting a bit late. And as you head to the top part where, you know, the regular restaurant is for the inn itself, and where some of the others might be staying, you do see the, at this point, Adon, or sorry, not Adon, who is it? It's freaking...
Weird name, I wonder why you
weird
said that.
name. Why was that on the tip of my tongue?
Axon.
Axon, thank you. Axon is like saying goodbye to some kids. He's like, all right, well, have a good night. Stay safe out there. And as he turns and goes, well, how goes the merriment?
A few of us are a bit sloshed, although thankfully our Dragonborn, the red Dragonborn over there, his magic is quite capable of undoing such inebriation in case of emergencies.
And he will go ahead and remove that inebriation from the Glorban himself.
Are they gonna let that happen?
Glorb, do you let Timmel, as he's like, oh yeah, we should probably not be drunk for this. Do you let him remove your inebriation or no?
Oh, waste of alcohol, right?
It leaves room for more alcohol, Glorb.
True. You can poison yourself again.
Okay. Go ahead.
And he's like, all right, there you go. And with that, cool. All right. So you are no longer drunk, and so you're no longer poisoned, meaning no longer making stuff at disadvantage.
Yep.
Nobody else got fully drunk. Just the
No.
two of them.
I
I guess Glorb technically, with his natural 20s, never quite got full drunk. He was just borderline.
Oh, you're so right. He was just borderline. So
Yeah.
actually, he doesn't even need to do that for Glorb. There we go.
It's just very,
Bloody kid.
very tipsy.
Yeah,
but
he's like one drink away, practically.
Never know.
You
How
know,
tall-
Might be
how
like
tall
a
is Glorb
poison.
again? 8
Fuck.
foot. He's big, right?
he's pretty big.
Yeah, I did say like 7'5" or something, right? I'm pretty sure I
7'5".
said something around
He's
there.
massive. Yeah, it would take a
Mhm.
huge amount of alcohol to get
Mm-hmm.
like this 350-pound massive muscle.
Yeah. Surprisingly, still not the heaviest member of the party, I don't think.
I mean, we
Yeah,
got
but-
hunks of metal, so.
Yeah, I was about to
Actual
say.
Yeah.
metal.
Heaviest made of flesh.
Axon,
Fleshy.
you don't happen to have a watch, do you?
No, I don't have one at the moment. I
Just to
could
be clear,
make
watches do exist. Yeah, okay, so they do exist in this world.
one. Yes.
I forgot to. I just
things
assumed
that
they
let
did
you
with
know when
clockwork
the
and stuff.
sun will set.
We're Verana's still with us, right? We were gonna drop her off at the castle since we offered her a room.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose we should stop by the castle, make sure the rest of our caravan's doing fine, drop off anybody not interested in getting dirty, and then go sewage diving, I suppose.
Lil Tibbs will be like, hello.
We sent him back to the.
You did already send it back. All right, let me put him back at the castle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was about to say he was going to go back to the castle if he hadn't been already sent, so he could get his rest.
We sent him back a couple hours ago.
Okay, good.
Because we thought we were going to go into the sewers, and then we decided not to.
Distracted.
Alright. And... Oh, let me just switch this, because we're not in the bar anymore. It's nighttime. Okay. And so, yeah, you head back to the castle. And the guards, it is nighttime. As you see, the sun is beginning to set. It is, or it looks like it is just starting to finish setting. As you get to the castle, the guards nod, seeming to recognize you as you go in. They don't stop you. And you head to the castle. At this point, the throne is empty, and there is just Sundara. There is now a chair that has been pulled up for her, as she seems to be seated going over notes and paperwork. And she goes, welcome back. I'm sorry the king has had to turn in for the night, but if you need any official business, I am happy to help.
I think we're just passing through. We just collected information throughout the day, since it seemed like most of the children go out to, at least the orphans, we were told, go out to play at night. So we figured now would be the best time to do a full-on investigation.
Yes. That'll be good. I have increased the guard in the marketplace. So, if there is something to happen there, my guards might notice it. If that makes a impact on whether or not you want to investigate there first or not. I just think it would be important information for you to know. And
You don't happen to have...
because she will say, 'cause I think I told you the patrol routes. I figured I should let you know that I have recently begun to increase the patrol in the marketplace since I last updated you on the patrol. So the patrols that I gave you might be slightly outdated.
Do they patrol the sewers?
No, the guards, while, willing to do their job, the sewers are rather unsanitary for them. That being said, if you wish to investigate the sewers, you feel free.
Well, we'll be dropping off our luggage in the rooms, and we'll be off. We'll let you know if there are any more developments, Lady Sundara.
Yes, and who's this? And motions over to
We have two. We brought two, because both Axon and we're Verana.
Oh, but I thought you brought in Axon already.
She didn't comment on it. We didn't do introductions.
Axon does
maybe she just didn't care.
nod, and she's like, no, I know who you are. Who's this? And points to.
She's a specialist we've hired
Oh yeah.
to help us with the magical malpractice that we might be facing in the coming mission. We thought it would be best to make introductions, and she was planning on joining the caravan, so hopefully it would be fine that she joins the rest of our party.
Oh.
Wait.
Yes, I was simply curious. Is that?
Avalon, are you gonna say something?
I was gonna say like above game. We're talking about where Verana, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
the
Verana,
mage
yeah.
lady.
I thought she
Yeah.
just stayed at the inn. I mean, the tavern.
No, Needles, as usual, offered far too much hospitality to some random stranger we
Okay.
just met, and said, "Why don't you come stay at the castle?"
Because
Because I figured it'd be easier to have all of our contacts in one place.
right.
I didn't expect her to say yes, but
She's gonna wait there at the tavern so we can come back and tell her about the job we're interested in it.
Yeah, but she's down to hang out in the castle instead, so you can tell her
Okay.
there.
I
Man,
didn't know if
just
she
for
actually
someone,
agreed to
that's
go to the
crazy.
castle.
Because she's
For
like,
someone who
sure.
hates everyone, you sure are a hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be if you want to form your own moving city.
That's all I had to say. Really. Just want to get clarified by that.
Nah. And she'll just be like, well, I'll, surely a servant could help me to my room. And
we'll
Sandar's-
show you the way.
And Sandar's like, ah, yes, of course. And motions over to, and one of the servants
Oh,
approaches her and will show her off to her room. Unless if you want to insist that you guys show her to her room.
No, if Sundara's happy, unless anybody else is. I just didn't want to burden Sundara and make her annoyed with us.
Oh no, she seems more than fine with it. She has she didn't seem. If you want, you can make an insight, but there doesn't seem to be any like visible signs of like upset about it. Like it seems fairly common for her to just, oh yeah, 14. It's like, yeah, it's fine. Like I have servants for this reason. Like they got to give them something to do. And so she's very neutral about having the servant show her. She's more like, if anything, she's not upset with you guys. She's just like a little bit upset with herself for not realizing that like that this was a member of your party. Like she's like, dang, I should have accounted for this. I can't believe it. I missed a member of their party.
Soon enough, we'll be bringing in a lot more if nobody stops Needles.
Yeah. And she's just like, all right, well. And so with with Weir Verana now having her own room, where is the party heading?
Very quickly, have any of all of you seen any children in the castle?
You have make a perception check.
I did ask the party, so hopefully
I
they
was
can
gonna
also
say,
make
I was
perception
gonna
checks.
say, I was
Or
gonna
not.
say, I'll look
rolled-
around.
I rolled decent, actually.
I should hopefully roll good. That'd be crazy if
That's the second highest roll you can make for a perception check.
I
if
just
it's
says
hearing-
fucking.
I assume this one's sight-based.
Oh, okay, never mind. I guess I'm
Well,
okay.
one could argue that it's also hearing based, right?
It would be that would be a 20 for him if it's hearing-based.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it hearing
Oh no,
based?
that's not. Never mind. That's Avalon, not
Yeah.
Glorb.
So Needles, you could make another roll if you wanted to make it hearing based.
I was more trying to beg for Glorb since his perception is +5 rather than -4.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
right.
what I'm
That's
saying. I'm
what-
like, does
that's
that,
what I figured.
does that mean I get another roll to make it hearing based
you
now?
already rolled it with potential advantage. And-
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, you rolled an 11. That's insane. And then yeah, so Needles will stick with your 15. With the 15. Oh wait, is Severance making this roll?
Huh?
Or a perception check to see if you guys have noticed any children around.
In specifically the castle and around the
Specifically
castle.
in the castle, yeah.
I'm gonna DM Inspiration.
Oh,
Oh,
did
it's,
you roll?
yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's could have been a nat one. That's funny. All right, so yeah, with the 17 plus the 3 from guidance,
No worries.
is yeah. So Severance. We'll go to Needles. So.
Oh, was I at disadvantage?
No, it was regular. So we take
Oh,
one
it's a
to left.
27.
Yeah.
Remember, Chef just has his roll separated, so when he says 17, he means your base roll was a 17.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
okay.
have to remember that he has it separated so he can see the.
And then with the because it's 17 plus 3 plus 4. So for Needles first, so everyone who had a lower than 15, hard to say. You're not sure if there's kids here or not. With a 15, in the areas that you have been, you have noticed a lack of children. With a 27, there is zero sign of it, like sight, sound, smell of any child within this castle, period. So it seems that all of the children are kept out of the castle. Nor have there... And you can also go ahead and give me an investigation roll, Severance.
Yep.
Detective bot. Or not detective bot, I guess.
We'll say it's we'll say it's advantage because we'll say that given that Needles is bringing this up, this is kind of assisting you with said investigation of like the fact that he's mentioning this is kind of him helping you with an investigation. And with a 19 Severance, so 27 perception, 19 investigation, there doesn't seem to be any signs of there having been kids in here, period. So this place is clean. There is like no grubby hands that are on anything, no like muddy footprints or dirty shoes of a kid who forgot to wipe his shoes off.
Just to
Children
check
did
the-
not be in the castle.
The connection that would allow, like the telepathic connection is with Needles is still there, right?
Oh yeah. If
As
you
long
choose
as-
to
yeah.
communicate with him, he can hear you.
So I can
Technically,
just
within 60 feet, if you
Yeah.
can see me, you should be able to communicate with me. And then if we're all within 10 feet of each other, then we can do our
Then
little conference call.
I'm going to stare at Needles and say, there seems to be no signs of children being here.
You'd occasionally expect city officials or servants to have their children, but perhaps they just try to keep things separate. Anybody else have any thoughts?
I mean, I wouldn't want to have kids around here with the king acting like this.
Fair point. At least that's a point in favor of them not having a secret dungeon under the castle where they sacrifice them to an elder god. Although the sewers could lead there instead.
Oh man.
We'll have to do a bit more exploration, I think.
You say that makes me think Christopher Dawkins and such a crash.
No, he's more into fish. He doesn't like children.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, I wouldn't order it like that, but yeah.
He's still an elder being. He's just not into that type of sacrifice. Oh. Alright.
Well, I don't think there's anything more for us here if there are no children around. Although the last place before going to the sewers is we could, now that it's night, investigate the left side of the gardens.
Do we have to go to the sewers? It's all disgusting and gross.
If you can find a way to solve this mystery without heading down there, I'm all ears. I'm not particularly motivated to visit a sewer system.
We could find someone else to do it.
Should we get Kyle, the guardsman that we hired from the last town, send him down on his own?
He just got out of a crap hole and we're gonna send him to another one?
Nice.
You're the one that suggested hiring outside work.
I was fine. I guess we could go to the sewers.
Any takers on peeking in on the left side of the gardens quickly? I believe Petal, the Queen's maiden that we met, mentioned that the children sometimes sleep there.
Hey, where the clown is?
I guess I can give it a look.
I can just go check real quick.
That's true too.
All right. And I suppose if Enki's offering to check, I don't know if we all want to go in or if we're just gonna let Enki, our stealthy one, go in.
So,
Hey, let Enki in.
whoever is going in, are you being... So, is it just Enki then?
I'm gonna put resin in his pocket.
Okay.
Or in his scarf, I suppose. Just peeking
Yeah, I
out of
guess
his
so.
scarf.
Because I was just gonna look a little bit, but I might do a little
You're tall enough
rattling.
to probably peek over the
Yeah.
hedges.
Exactly, but
I would say that our best bet for sneaking around is probably our rogue who can run at what?
Oh yeah, no, I trust
240
Nikki.
miles per hour.
No, I just trust it. Exactly.
A great idea.
That's-
It'd be lovely if
that's
his
why I gave
Panther
up.
were around.
So, Enki, are you being stealthy about it, or are you just sprinting through the maze?
I'll sprint up like to the maze, then I'll become stealthy.
Okay.
Start going stealthy.
Use that plus 11. Come on.
So yeah, go ahead and roll for stealth. Alright, so yeah, 27. Now give me a survival roll.
Oh right, it's a maze, and we sent Enki into a maze alone.
Alright.
Could I?
Yes.
Resin is with him, and could I have her make a survival roll
Yes.
so she could potentially help? Okay, so I don't know what the bonus is. 1 second, let me pull up Sprite.
Wait, you don't trust my 4?
Yeah, Enki, you stealth in. 5 seconds later, you like accidentally circle back around and walk right out.
What were they here for again?
And then you go back into the maze again.
Survival. Plus
Want to see me
1.
do it again?
All right.
Oh well, that's a 21.
So Enki, as you try to go back in, because you're like, oh right, I was going in there. You feel your hair kind of getting tugged and pulled to like direct you, kind of Ratatouille style.
I was gonna say.
As Resin kind of fully helps guide you, almost kind of like a stealth speed mech, and you're able to stealthily find your way to the center, and in which you see a beaten and bruised clown who is tucking in. There are some kids who are laying down, and he's singing a bit of a lullaby to some of them as they're falling asleep, and he's tucking them in.
I don't know how to feel about a clown. He's beaten up?
Oh yeah, he is rather bruised.
Is there signs of like resistance in like the soil and stuff?
No, but you do see like a couple of broken sticks laying around and such. But you don't see like any signs of struggle. No. Although you can give me an investigation check to see just in case. But from an initial scan, you don't see any signs of struggle. Yeah, you don't see any signs of struggle.
Broken sticks, huh? Were they like just like around?
Yeah.
Why do I always roll bad on investigation?
You do have resin with you if you think you want to ask for help.
Can I like? Oh, can I call you guys through resin?
If you're within 100 feet, we can communicate. I don't know how large the gardens are. Otherwise, you'll just have to communicate. What was that? No, I can communicate with her within 100 feet, regardless of sightlines. But you can also just communicate with her, since I sent her in to help you.
Okay.
She's intelligent enough. Well, it's up to Chef, but I imagine intelligent enough to like take simple commands from people that aren't needles.
Mm-hmm. And Enki, you do hear as well as he's tucking them in. He's, well, you have yourself a good rest now. You had a good day of running around and having fun, and well, you tuckered yourself out, and that's okay. You're a good kid.
Is this sentence interrupted by a squeak every time he takes a step?
He says that as he's tucking in the one kid, and then you hear the as he walks over to the next kid, because you see there's like 3 kids he's tucking in, and after he tucks them in, he's still not seeing. He kind of sighs and just and you see him walk over to a box and like pull out like what seems to be like a skin, like a, what's the word? For water, like a water skin. Water skin,
oh,
but
like
it
a
seems to be
canteen?
full of ice, and he's like puts it on his head, and just kind of like looks in a mirror to check to make sure there's no scratches or anything like that. And he kind of starts putting on a bit more white makeup to cover up some of the bruising on certain spots of his arms. Do it for the kids. And I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, no, he doesn't see you. And then upon seeing that the kids seem to be asleep, unless you say or do anything, he himself then puts out. He out of his sleeve. He pulls out what seems to be a handkerchief. But as he keeps pulling, it just keeps more and more handkerchief comes out until he pulls out enough to make a blanket out of, and then he pulls it up and then lays down and starts cartoonishly.
Just a giant snot bubble.
Yeah, exactly, coming out of his large clown nose.
I think I'll sneak back. And then once I'm like kind of out of earshot, sprint back to the group.
All right, and you're with the help of Resin, you're able to find your way back to the group.
Would my character be smart enough to figure out that you could just follow one side of the maze and always get out?
No, but Resin can help you.
Okay.
Oh wow, what? Why are there still fireworks? All right, whatever.
To be fair, though, I think Enki, as fast as he is, even if he was just randomly moving through the maze, would solve it pretty quickly.
Yeah, fair.
Also, what is... Never mind.
No worries. So yes,
So the gun is in that maze.
Yeah, I'll go back to the group and relay the information.
All right.
Avalon, were you asking about the clown?
No, yeah, but that's like, does the clown just live in this maze, in that maze? From
Based
what
on,
Enki was speaking about, it sounds like the clown just lives there.
I was wondering the same thing, but more so in regards to the children. Did the children there seem particularly, like their clothes were tattered, Enki? Or
I'll look up
perhaps a bit worn down?
So,
I mean, they were being tucked away, so I don't really know.
from what you did see, give me an investigation check with advantage. So, you realized they seem to have actually like very patchwork clothing as well as like the blankets and bedding. It was very patchwork and very brightly colored, and you realize it seems like their clothing and bedding was made from like the handkerchief that the clown had been pulling out of. Like he might have did something similar, but to make them clothes and bedding.
You just have an unlimited supply of handkerchiefs.
Infinite handkerchief, yes. It would seem so.
So it seems like this might be the closest thing they have to an orphanage. I'm a bit disturbed by that fact, but not sure we're going to do anything about it.
Really, our job, really, in this matter, but rather we're just trying to find the children. Which doesn't make it sound any better, though.
I would say, though, if our clown friend is quite close to the children that don't have parents, he might be the best source of information when it comes to which ones have gone missing and how often, and where they might have been at the time, if we want to wake him up.
I mean, he's all bruised and stuff. I kind of feel bad. I feel like we should just bother him in the morning, no?
If we turn him into a werewolf, he'll be immune to all that basic stick damage.
Okay, I don't think we need to turn any more people into a werewolf right now. Needles.
I disagree, but I will hold
Did
my...
you say that you're gonna go like berserk or something? Speaking of which, is it like a waxing, waning moon? Like, how close are we to a full moon?
You guys specifically, those who are infected. Oh, I guess you don't know that. Yeah, I'd say you got. I don't know. Let's roll. Let me just double check cycles of the moon. Okay. Let's roll.
I'm sure Severance should know exactly when the next full moon is.
Let's just roll it. It's roughly 28 days. It's about 30 days. So
I think 28 is right.
let's roll advanced. Can I make this like a custom? No. Okay. So I'm gonna just roll 3 d10s.
We can just see how many phases of the moon there is.
So it is a little bit past full moon, actually. So we have a while before the next full moon.
Okay, so it's like what was it, waning gibbous or something like that?
About, yeah, because it's like about 15 days full moon, and within that cycle we're at 20 days, so it's
Oof. Alright. That's good.
And so you have a while.
Right. And then kid, I'll be like, I mean, the full moon was not that long ago, but isn't it like a berserk time from being transformed?
To my recollection, it's not always quite so severe, but there are risks involved.
I
Trying
don't
to
know about you,
remember
but
back to my Arcana roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
was about to
It's
say,
like,
to
didn't you get good rolls too? Like, I feel like you got good
so
rolls.
I would say you don't have to roll for this because also this was only like 3 days ago in game. I'm pretty sure.
I think it was actually yesterday and this morning.
Yeah. So.
Because it's
Yeah, exactly. Less than 3 days. So your character would know when you did it. It's a bit different than like a normal transformation. Because a normal transformation, yeah, you would have gone berserk once it got full effect for about 3 days. But this was not a standard. This was like splicing it into your DNA, not necessarily getting infected. So because it's spliced into your DNA, you don't have that like rampaging urges or anything like that.
I remember that. Was there anything about the full moon?
Yeah, no, that won't affect it. Like,
to
you
my
won't lose
understanding,
control because of
NQ, we should be alright. We have a bit more control over it with
Than,
this
like, a
particular
natural
strain.
one might.
yeah, but you have more use of that arm thing. Or are you just gonna infect them the traditional way?
Oh, well. Whichever one's most convenient at the time.
I still think a were-clown is horrifying.
I disagree, but I feel like that's not a particularly pressing matter. The question is, do we use him as a resource and wake him up, or do we just ignore the sad orphan raising clown?
It does be going into the sewers.
He might just tell us to go into the sewers, but
Well, at least then we know that we have
it's
to.
worth a chance. Fair enough. Would you stealthily, since you should know the way now, hopefully, would you wake him up and bring him out for a conversation then?
Can't you come with? Or do I have to go alone?
We could, but I don't want to wake up the children.
And we could just, bring him out of earshot.
Fair enough. Show us the way.
And technically, you can talk in his head too.
Oh, true.
Wait, yeah.
That was the whole point.
We could just do the conference.
So, the group will quietly head through or whoever is going through the gardens. I'm assuming it's the party, but if anyone for whatever reason feels like they wouldn't, you don't have to go. And as you sneak through, with Enki's help, Enki/Resin help guiding you guys through, you are able to find your way through the hedge maze into the center, where again you see the kids sleeping, and you see the clown sleeping.
In the clown's mind, he hears, "We've come for your children."
And you see him like immediately go, "Oh, who's there?" And look around with and he takes off one of his large shoes and is looking around while holding the shoe up. And like does a quick head count and sees that all the kids are there. Goes, right. Ugh. And then you see him walk over, and you didn't notice it before, but there's a thin string that seems to be at the entrance and exit of the opening. And you realize
Did we hit it?
A circle.
Is it the alarm?
Yeah. It's you recognize it as the alarm spell.
Magic casting clown? Is he a bard? We need a bard. We need the bard clown.
And
I need a bard clown. We do not.
A werewolf bard clown. Yes, we need it.
Can we turn him into a spider?
Do you cast polymorph? Or are you like a were-spider?
One more level.
I know much Enki loves spiders.
Do you guys are you guys still stealthing, or is there a chance that he's gonna see you?
I'm stealthing.
Needles was not stealthy.
Okay. let's just do a group stealth check. So everyone who is stealthing, give me a stealth roll, and we'll just average it out.
I'll do it because I think it'd be funny.
If the entire group is trying to be stealthy, Needles won't ruin that by not being stealthy. So if everybody else is going to do it, then I'll just join in.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't want to...
Okay.
Wow.
I actually don't think that's that bad of a roll, though.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
not
that's
bad at all.
crazy.
So about 15, 16 average-ish. About 16. So yeah, it doesn't seem like he notices you guys. He seems pretty preoccupied on making sure the alarm spell is set up, as he goes back to lay down after seeing the alarm spell still in place.
We've come to discuss the missing children, is what I meant to say.
And then he kind of stands up, looks around again, and then kind of like furrows his brow, and...
In Enki's mind, go poke your head through the bushes closest to him. Just scare him.
Wait, don't scare him.
But why'd we all stealth over here if we're not going to take advantage of it?
I thought we were asking questions.
Which is why I wasn't going to be stealthy, but you all wanted to be stealthy. Figure we ought to make it best use of it.
We're bad at making plans, okay?
And it doesn't seem like he's seen you yet. And
Can I use
I
my-
really realize in order for him to
footsteps?
respond in your head, he has to be able to see you.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Not that he would even know he could,
yeah,
unless he has an ability of his own.
and he
Can I-
just kind of goes quietly. You hear him go, "Where are you? What do you want with the kids?"
Can I use minor illusion to make footsteps sound behind him?
Yeah, I think so. What's the range of minor illusion?
30 feet, I think.
Yeah, 30 feet.
So you could kind of make it. Yeah, I guess because at this point he's kind of in the center of the area. So yeah. You make footsteps behind him, and he looks back and goes,
I'll
hey
make
now."
footsteps on the other side.
And he turns and goes, "Oh, hey," and he kind of like slowly starts backing up towards the kids. I'm like, "Hey now, I'll have you know, it's only the kids have get to hit the clown. I'm pretty sure that's the rules. But if you leave the kids alone, I guess we can make an exception."
Alright, are we going to introduce ourselves, or are we just going to keep messing with this fellow?
It's like,
I am starting to feel bad now.
Pretty funny.
Needles will fly up high enough that he can see me.
Before he does that, can I try and
Oh.
can I take out a can of worms things out of my bag of tricks? Little can snake.
Gonna try to
Oh,
take
no.
the biggest snakes.
You know that I'm talking about, the little can. In
Oh,
the
like the
snake
peanut
can.
brittle thing?
Yeah. Or you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's it. Give this to him. And I'll hand it to Needles.
I suppose. Begrudgingly, I will fly up high enough that he can see me, and in his mind, sorry, we're a bit inconsiderate of other people's mental health. We were sent by Sundara to investigate. She gave us this item to give to you.
Oh, well, thanks. Jeez, I didn't realize she was thinking of...
Hey,
Oh!
just not to wake up the kids. You can also speak in my mind.
He goes, and in your mind, he then goes, well, that's a neat trick. Are you able to hear me?
Ah, yes.
Well,
Very good. Quick learner you are.
well, of course. You gotta be quick on your feet if you're working with children. They're pretty
Did he-
fast.
Did he open Enki's gift?
Yeah, he opened it and he just like, whoa!
I'm not sure why Sundara would have sent us with that, but that's not my issue. We have the rest of our group is just around the corner if you want to speak away from the children so we don't upset them.
And he kind of will nod and be like, well, all right, but am I able to speak in their heads too? I don't want to leave this area. I also don't know if I can leave this area.
I suppose they could come in if you're comfortable with that.
Well,
Is there
yeah, you can come in. It just since I know you're coming in, come on in. I suppose we can all have, or I can walk to the edge of the entrance and where I could see you.
Sure.
And
That's a great idea.
he'll walk to the edge of the entrance and is now able to see everyone, and therefore you can do the everyone talking in each other in the little conference call. Well, hello there. How can I help you? You're looking for lost kids, you say?
Correct.
Well, this is a good spot to find them if you're looking. Used to be able to send. I tried to get word out into the marketplace that if anyone needed a good place to sleep, kids could spend the night here. Just 'cause the marketplace is no place to sleep, hard ground, no bed, and you never know what kind of criminals might be in the marketplace.
Criminals? Oh my goodness.
Now, the city guard are pretty active, but you never know these days. There's some crazy, shady characters out there. Can't be too safe.
You hear that, guys? There could be a thief.
Or a devil giving out cursed candies.
Exactly. You never know what kind of shady characters are out there. So,
Is there a reason you can't leave?
I don't know. I just try to leave, and some kind of barrier seems to prevent me.
Could you attempt it for us, just so we can see?
And he goes to try to go through the exit, and it's almost like he's doing a very impressive mind routine, as it seems like his face is being pressed against some kind of invisible wall.
I pass in and out of the same area.
Yes.
Is it perfectly empty?
Exactly. Although,
Right, jumping
you do
into it.
hear a faint, like, I guess it's not reading thoughts, but, like, you do almost hear, like, a faint ringing noise. And so it's, oh, sorry, that's just the alarm going off with you coming in and out. It's supposed to just be in my head, but must be some kind of glitch since we're chatting with each other.
Sorry, what was that last part?
Saying, can we have him jump into the barrier?
I
Make sure he's
did
not
hear
just
that.
really
What was
implicit.
just before that? What did you say, Mr.
Oh,
Clown? We haven't got your name.
The clown, because that's what I am. I'm the clown. I live
Do you
here.
have a name?
My name is the clown.
All right, the clown. Did you hear Enki's suggestion?
I can try to jump. Might hurt, but I reckon I'll try. And he jumps and thump, slams into an invisible barrier and falls down. Oh, jeez. Well, yep, can't really go through.
Do you mind if I inspect you?
Sure. Go right ahead.
I guess before that, first things first, I'll detect magic. Does the barrier or him give off any magic?
So you don't see, there doesn't seem to be any magic at the entrance.
Besides the alarm spell, I assume.
Aside from the alarm spell, yeah. And whereas for him, it's about the same thing that you see with when you try to detect magic on everybody.
Right, he's affected by similar things to the rest of us. Cutting him out of the conversation for a second. This might be not relevant to our predicament, but does anybody have any ideas or memories of a similar entrapment? Why he wouldn't be able to leave?
Doesn't this sound like the thicket in a way?
And feel free to make an investigation roll.
Would I know if it's like the thicket or?
I don't know. Okay. DM inspiration. Well, actually, yeah. That's not even that much better, but I'll take it. Was anybody else investigating?
14, 11.
I guess so.
I'll investigate.
I'll investigate. Why not? There's no reason to not.
Yeah.
Use that brilliant orc mind.
16.
You got all those child-eating electrolytes. Just making your mind click.
God dang it. And yeah, so I would say, oh, how long have I been turned down? Oops. Oh well. Anyway, so I would say the 16, you do realize, similar to how in one side there was nothing, in the other side there is a clown. The kids are told there is a clown at the center of the hedge maze. So, similar to how there was nothing in one hedge, it seems there is the clown in the other. And if he were to leave, then there would no longer be the clown. So it seems that he is bound to this place.
So if he left,
I'm
there would be nothing on both sides. Technically.
I'm assuming someone did that bounding to him.
It seems like...
Something.
Make an Arcana check. If I assume Severance is sharing that information with the group. Is that correct? Severance?
Hmm?
Do you share your revelation that he might be bound here?
Yes.
Okay. And so with that information being shared, Avalon, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. An 18. So, yeah, you realize that maybe he might be bound by some kind of... Either his existence itself is bound within this hedge maze, specifically this opening, or some kind of greater because it would have been, if it was like a spell or some kind of magic, it would have been detected by the detect magic in theory. So the fact that nothing was seen by detect magic means it must have something either to do with the hedge maze itself as a whole, or him, the clown, because even though, yes, there wasn't anything special in terms of when spells affecting him, maybe it's not necessarily a spell affecting him, it's just his existence as a whole. Similar to how there was nothing in the garden, in the other garden. As you realize, the children were made to believe that there was nothing in the one garden and that there is a clown. So the children's belief might have influence on the reality within this city.
And I'll relay that to the rest of the group.
Well, that might explain the motto.
That's why they are the greatest resource. It's what makes them real. I'll ask the clown how long he's been here.
Well, about as long as I can remember. I've always existed here in the hedge maze. Can't remember a life outside it.
You can see the moon, right?
And he'll look up and be like, yep, I can see it.
How many moons have you seen?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't really kept track. I could tell you quite a few. Enough for me to lose track.
I wonder how old this guy is. Oh, do we actually like having a? Can we like guess his age based off of appearance?
I was actually.
Yeah.
If you wanted to help me, I was going to do a. Because I think he said yes to my inspection.
Mm-hmm.
So Enki,
Oh yeah.
if you'd help me,
yeah,
we could inspect a bit deeper even than just a glance. And
Yeah,
if I
go
could
ahead.
use my surgeon's tools for this, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, since he's essentially like allowing a physical of himself, which is what I'm assuming you're kind of doing.
Yeah, I want to get up close to his body, like make sure, see if he's human or his age, like Enki was suggesting, and just see if the two of us can decipher anything about this weird guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Decent.
So with an 18, Severance, are you also casting Guidance?
Yes.
All right. Severance, just roll a d4 for me.
Roll a 4, please. Or at least a 2. Oh dear. Not quite a 20.
All right. With a 19, as you're doing this inspection, you realize the shoes aren't just oversized, his feet are oversized. So his feet fill in the shoes.
Is he wearing a nose piece, or is it just his nose?
It is his nose. It is a part of his body, but it does honk when you squeeze it.
Is he wearing makeup, or is it just the coloration of his skin?
And you realize he is both wearing makeup, but his color of his skin is white. So he wears the makeup mainly to try to cover up the bruises, but the skin itself's natural color is a pale white. Not even necessarily pale, but like cloud white.
Yeah.
The
Like
weirdest
porcelain.
vampire I've
Yes.
ever seen.
So it is different from vampires that you've seen. Whereas vampires is more like a pale, whereas this is more, like you said, porcelain.
I don't think he would have seen a vampire, would he?
Maybe. I don't know. That's a good point. Make a history check.
It's hard to tell in the thicket.
It's hard to tell in the thicket. Get all sorts of characters. Yeah, who knows? Maybe. Nah.
I mean, I've heard of a vampire.
Oh,
I've
you've
just seen
certainly
a
heard
video.
of one before, yeah.
But does he seem like a functional, living humanoid creature, or does he seem like an animated being, like more like a golem or automaton, or what's the term? Homunculus or something along those lines?
He seems like he is human. However,
Okay.
he doesn't have a heartbeat nor bowel sounds.
Have you ever eaten anything,
Nope.
Mr. Clown? Do you have to breathe?
Well, I know if I hold my breath for too long, I turn blue.
Does it go further than that? Have you ever lost consciousness?
Nope. Usually they stop holding my nose once I turn blue and they get a good laugh.
Horrifying.
I'm tempted to ask you, Glorb, to see if it goes any further than that, but maybe we'll
Alright,
hold off
hold
on
him down. Hold him down.
I want to
Well-
ask him, like, this might be dark, but ask him if he actually has bleed before.
Ask him yourself. He's right here.
Do you bleed?
Yeah, do you bleed, sir? I know it's a
Well,
weird question to ask.
when I get stabbed, red cloth comes out of my holes.
What?
That
Uh,
is very impressive.
And then when I
Actual
pull
cloth?
at it, a bunch more come out. And the kids laugh.
So actual cloth.
Yep,
Can I see your hand real quick?
of course. And he holds out his hand.
I'll flip out a dagger and like just a little poke.
Yeah, roll to hit.
I like the idea if it's a tiny enough cut, it's just like a small red string that just keeps coming.
And cool. All right, so that's. I assume you're not trying to do sneak damage.
No.
Yeah.
I have the automatic because I usually am.
Yeah. Okay. Because technically you could do sneak damage if you wanted to, so that's just why I wanted to clarify.
I don't want to accidentally kill him or something.
Cut
Just
his
like,
hand
can I
off.
see your hand real quick?
Go Passion of the Christ on him. All right. So yeah, you stab his hand. Goes ow, and you see like a little bit of like a burst of red cloth come out, and he goes, "Oh no, I'm bleeding!" As he starts grabbing the cloth and like throwing it in the air, and just like red cloth goes flying up, and goes, "Oh,
It's actual cloth, right?"
Making a medicine check.
I was gonna look at the same thing. Could I assist?
Oh, sure. So with advantage, that's a 22. And
Both good. Good job.
yeah, so it seems like it's genuine cloth. Like it's not blood. But he puts his finger to where the blood is coming out of, to seemingly stop the bleeding, and he goes, "Oh no!" And cloth starts coming out of his ears, and then he goes to plug his ears, and then the cloth starts coming out of his hand again. He goes, "Oh dear, this will keep going for a moment. Give it a second." As there's a moment of him comically trying to cover different holes in the cloth coming out of said holes, and then
That's
after
a
a
good
question,
though.
it stops.
While his wound holes, well, before it stops, while
Uh-huh.
he's still bleeding, could I check the wound? Like, is the inside like fat and muscle tissue, or is it?
So I'll say you don't need to make a check just because at this point you've done a lot of inspecting of him and stuff. And yes, as you get it's hard to see as the cloth is showing and he's like covering it up, but in the brief moments between the cloth coming out, you do see flesh. And it went pretty far in, so you also see bone.
Okay. In everybody else's mind, besides him, this fellow is nearly as physically concerning as I am sometimes. Oh dear. And I will convey that to the group.
This is concerning. This is very concerning. Especially for... Can we just add this to the list of things that are concerning?
It's gonna be a long list.
Actually, Needles, as you mentioned that, Needles will show you a page in his tiny little notebook, and it will already have a list of all of the things that we've gone through, and then specific ones of noteworthy complications.
Good.
Doesn't this mean he's kind of the exact opposite of the Nothing, since he's, constantly producing cloth and stuff out of nowhere?
There's a chance there could be some sort of dichotomy there. But it could also just be more about the children's belief, as Avalon put it. Which really makes me wonder, okay, I'm starting to put together a theory, hear me out. Two primary things. The theater and the book that we were told to asked to investigate by Weaverana are created to influence the beliefs of the children, to cause certain effects, at the whim of whether it's the king, Sundara, or the city in general. And second is that whoever's kidnapping the children is kidnapping them to influence their beliefs, to cause some other heinous and frightening effect. Just theories, but it seems quite plausible the more we learn.
If it truly is the book, could it Could we not believe many different things, or have the children believe many different things on our own accord?
That could be part of the reason that they so thoroughly denied my request to get access to the intercom system that they seem to have set up. It would be a problem if some wayward vagrants started influencing the minds of the children, if their malleable minds could so thoroughly affect the city. It's hard to say without weeks or months of research how intensive this effect is, if it is what we think to begin with.
I want to ask the clown. What's your first memory?
I remember waking up, being in this hedge maze, and not too long after, a couple of kids came and I gave a little performance for them. And they seemed pretty happy.
When did they start hitting you for entertainment?
Well, feel like after a couple of days, the kids got bored of the usual routine, and now, mind you, some of them still enjoy it, but some of them just decide that they need to just get a little extra rowdy. And so they decided that hitting me was funny.
I don't know if this is reasonable to infer from the way he talks, but when he says a couple of days, do we get the sense he means literally, or like a couple of days to him might be a long stretch of time?
More so
if
just...
if there's no...
you don't necessarily have anything in particular to go off of, but it seems like he does genuinely mean a couple of days in terms of just like, he doesn't have that much material, he's a clown. And so the kids might have just got bored of the same routine and is like, alright, well, I'm just going to start hitting him because that's funny. And
unless any of you have any... Sorry. Unless any of you have any more questions about his particular predicament, we should probably ask him about the kids at this point.
That's a good thing to ask.
Know anything about missing kids? He's been here the whole time.
But he should at least know, to some degree, which ones have gone missing and when, potentially.
And when Neil says that, Avalon will ask about the missing kids. Like, who do you know hasn't shown up back in this hedge maze in a while?
Well, most of the kids who asleep here have been alright, but I remember there was one girl who really loved horses, and so she wanted to go sleep with them. Haven't seen her in a while, but I figured it's just 'cause she likes horses. But it would have been nice if she came to visit every once in a while, but I just figure maybe she just doesn't want to be associated with the clown.
We have the candies, right?
I don't have any candy. Oh, yeah, I think you still have the candies, yeah.
Or did we give it?
Or
we
no,
showed them. We did not specify that we gave it. We just showed them.
You
so it
showed
depends
them,
on
but I don't
whether
think
or not
you gave.
Enki would have given them.
I don't think she needed them either. And actually, speak on a similar note, because this is kind of related on the trail that you were on earlier, Needles. Go ahead and give me an investigation roll.
I can't roll over a 10 in my intelligence checks today, I swear.
Nice.
Plus 8, and what is it for? Okay, that's still decent.
So you do also remember that the Sandara seemed pretty confident in not needing to worry about the poison after one of her servants told the story maker to have a quick change in stories in mentioning how if you eat your vegetables, that'll make you healthy. And even if you eat candy, the vegetables will help make you healthy again.
I explained that to the group, reinforcing our previous thoughts.
I think I'm sold on the whole, the book is, or the children are able to make weird things like that reality.
Do you think, did we ever investigate the theater about any magical abilities it has, besides knowing about the book?
Sorry, say that again?
Did we investigate any, like this in in-game, like asking the group, did we investigate the theater if it had any magical properties that might be influencing the kids? With not talking about the book, but the whole theater itself.
Not while we were there. The only reason we have reason to believe that is because of what Verona told us. While we were there, I don't believe any of us questioned it.
Just feels very prominent in every discussion we've been having with every person in this town.
It's very likely that it's far more important than we originally believed, and may in fact be related to the disappearances. The other theory that I had, sorry, before you continue, is that perhaps there is some sort of rumor or urban legend that the children have started to believe in that then was manifested in reality. Like some sort of monster in the sewers, or perhaps some sort of place that children don't return from if they go to, and therefore that became the truth after it became widely believed.
So the children created their own monster
Potentially.
without your knowing.
We get the children to believe that Needle's the greatest wizard to ever live, and
it would be interesting to experiment with. I do wonder, though, if they can change things that exist outside of the city, or only manifest things within it.
I hope it's more confined to the city, because think about how dangerous that would be for everything outside the city.
That is very
I feel
true.
like if they were able to, they would either outside the city would either be a absolute horror spot or seen as a haven of some sorts by the children, based on the perspective. We'd actually should gather their perspective about things outside the city.
Good point, good point. Speaking of outside the city, remembering back to another possible theory we had discussed, was that this place, this distortion of Bern, was in some way related to the prince's childlike imagination. There could be some connection between that hypothesis and this one.
And knowing that we know how the princess is also a very powerful mage, being taught by the Silent Sisters, who we don't know who they are, but since she's very powerful, she could have accidentally made this place, or her powers might have made this place and then it spread out to here.
Don't know if we have enough information to come to any conclusions yet.
I know.
But
Only we knew like some sort of Silent Sister or something.
Right.
If we meet a Lewy, we could. I don't know if Ava will tell us anything. She is right here to converse with, if we need to. Speaking of, though, that Aliwi, do we know anything about her? She's Alawi. This Aliweed, Aliwi Deely Beady.
Yeah.
Is she? We know the things we know about her. We weren't told specifically where she is. We were told that she's called the Queen's Hammer.
Right.
And we were told that she spent some time in the Fae, or not the Thickets.
And and came out different.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why.
I didn't spend enough time there. The only ones I could think of that might are Ava, Avalon, and Enki.
I don't remember anyone of that name.
Fair enough.
No, either.
I'm
It's the
sure
first time
Ava.
I've heard.
I'm sure Ava does, but perhaps we finish our conversation with the clown first. Unless we think it's pressing.
Yeah, let's finish with the clown first, because it's going to lead us to probably the kids.
Well, Mr. Clown,
I just want it to be known while all this is happening, Glor's face is nothing but confused. I'm acting like I know what's happening.
I understand all of this.
I'm just like,
You're too cruel. Chef, you're too
Uh-huh.
cruel.
Oh.
well, Mr. Clown, do you
Yes.
know about any urban legends that the children might tell tale of?
Well, I haven't heard too much, but I have noticed recently I feel levels of elation when I'm hit. Not sure how to feel about that.
Oh dear.
Maybe we should wake up the children and ask them.
Privately again to everybody else. Earlier today, I did tell a couple of children that we bought that I paid for weapons for, that he would feel that he enjoys being hit. I'm not sure if that's connected, but it seems likely.
Did you just influence kids to change how the clown acts now?
Incidentally, maybe.
But
So it
doesn't that
seems
mean
like
that you're able to influence children without the book?
It seems like it.
So maybe the book isn't magical in itself, but rather
Well, let's
it's
ask
just a
about
theater itself.
potentially. It was in the theater when we discussed it. Mr. Clown, when was it that you started feeling this sensation?
Oh, about maybe middle of the day or so, maybe a little later,
Well-
mid-afternoon.
Mm.
That sort of aligns with our beliefs.
Maybe it's not even it being in the theater, but just the fact that it's the gathering spot of all the children.
If
Just like
word
how you weren't
spread-
allowed with the intercom, right?
Yes, yes. Which means if we got a hold of the intercom, we could do a lot of good or a lot of harm, and if someone more malicious were to get a hold of it, we could be in for a lot of trouble.
Don't we have access to the theater via the concert with the goblins and Glorb?
That, and there is a sewer grate into the theater. So if we went through the sewers during the night, we could make our way into it that way, assuming that we couldn't just walk in. Not sure how thoroughly guarded it is at night.
Well, that sewer grate in the theater isn't big enough to let us all in.
I feel like with a few strong pushes from Glorb and Timmel, we could probably change that.
Oh, wait! Hold on, I looked at my thing again. It was, I do remember Alawi. I forgot the second part of Alawi, where she actually did good with me.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
I didn't know I had to, I thought it was all the same memory. I think we
Okay.
split it.
I thought it was the same memory too, so that's why I was like, yep.
Do you say any of this out loud, or are you just thinking to yourself?
No, that's out of character.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
out of
realized.
character. Yeah.
I'm imagining in character there, you're like, oh shit, wait a minute.
That's what I was. That's why I asked, because he could.
Oh, I mean, in
And you
character. Wait a second.
Just randomly in the middle of our combo, he's like,
Yeah.
hold on.
That seems like a very Enki-like thing to do. But we'll wait until he chooses.
No, I'll just say right there and then.
Oh, okay.
Wait a second. I remember.
Yes, Enki?
Sorry, guys. You know, my memory's been getting hazy these days. I don't know sure why. And then I'll.
Oh, you have 3 memories with her. Yeah.
Do I?
Uh-huh.
You need to check your memories better.
The what?
It's,
Everybody
number,
go through your memories.
Where is it? Number 4, number 8, and the forgotten memory, which is number 10.
Number 4. Because she wasn't listed in that one.
Yeah,
So
it didn't have her name on it because you didn't have her name at the time. Yeah. Whereas
You know, she has a bigger part in my past than I remember. How do I explain this? So number 4. And then I remember Alawi. She was a spy from where I used to live, or not from, but at the place I was.
in the thicket.
In the thicket.
Mhm.
I don't really remember much else besides the fact that she was a spy and I messed with her.
No.
And you do remember her eventually kind of being a bit more cool with your pranks.
But after that, my memory gets a bit hazy.
Mm-hmm. It's like you feel like there might be more that you're missing, but you can't remember.
I can't remember the last time I saw her.
Oh, actually,
But
and you do remember she looks, the second time you saw her, she did start changing her clothes, so I can show you a description of her really quick if I have it available. I thought I had it really available. Yep, here we go.
You can take back that womp womp, chef. You can take it.
There you go.
Oh,
Oh my
That's how she
gosh.
dressed after the fact?
Mhm.
wow.
What did the thicket do to her?
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
She just
Don't
got
think
some whimsy. And that just like, but the tips of her hair dyed pink a bit more as well.
So the Fairy King made her start dressing like an e-girl.
He has some interesting taste.
I knew my grandpa was a pervert. My mom always told me not to be alone in a room with him.
Shake my head like, oh my god. Is that all you had to say, Enki?
That's all I really remember.
Brief recap of all of it together.
Mhm.
It was a bit sporadic. I didn't quite pick up on the through
I mean,
lines.
my memories are pretty sporadic, if I'm gonna be real.
Rehearse it.
She was an outsider who turned out to be a spy from another nation. So I don't really know why that would really matter to me. But besides messing with her, she just kind of left at some point, and then came back a couple years later, or what I think was a couple years later to me. Started to think it, and she changed a lot. And other than that, I don't really remember much.
But at least we have a member who knows what she looks like. Although it's hard to know whether or not she'll look like she did after the thicket or before. I'm not sure a regal queen would like her left hand dressing like that for official occasions, but it depends on whether she's in official attire or in the field gear.
And you would know it's a bit odd because official gear for Queen's Maidens, at least, is like a green robe, if not, or a green cloak. Sorry. So she's definitely not wearing. At the very least, that's not being worn of her official gear.
I just imagine everybody else in the meeting is like looking stoic in a green cloak. She's just got her sword over her shoulder with the just in hot pink.
Yes.
Everybody's just staring.
Just like, yep.
Could you dress normal at least on important days?
This is a council meeting. Could you please wear clothes for the council meeting?
And she's like, this is clothes.
Some.
It's like, sorry, I'm not boring. It's like, all right, let's just get on with the meeting.
Well, at least we won't miss her. Not sure if we can make use of that information immediately. I'm glad you remembered that, though, Enki.
What were we doing with the clown again?
Well,
the last thing he was telling us was about his elation, right?
Yeah, just that apparently I don't know why it feels a little weird, but I hate to admit it, but I felt a bit excited when I was getting hit this most recent time.
Well, let's do our best to tell the kids that's not how that works tomorrow. That makes me feel vaguely uncomfortable.
Yeah, it kind of felt a little weird for me too. It ain't natural. Yep.
Also, who made this rule that you had to get hit by the kids?
I don't know, but I'm not about to stop them.
I would imagine, if our theory's correct, that it started out as perhaps a few bullies who are bored with the typical routine, and then it escalated, and once it's believed to be normal, then it becomes normal. If it works the way we think it does.
You think the kids talked about it up here or somewhere else, and then as got spread out as a group, it just became that normal, right?
Very likely had to spread. Doubtful that a single child believing it had enough influence, but without experimenting, we have no way of knowing.
I think the initial children would believe it, but rather the ones who heard it ended up believing it. Which makes me wonder what kind of horrors this city has.
I don't know if I would notice that. Yeah. Let's see if I smell it. I do not. I'm just flying right over him in the dark of night, and I don't know that he's there.
You'd have like allergies or something from the hedges.
Well, I'm getting allergies from all these hedges. Did any of you have any more questions for our clown friend?
You were saying like you told kids to come from the market to here to sleep. How many kids were sleeping in the market?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see him myself. I just tell these kids if they see any of their friends sleeping in the market or mentioning they sleep in the market, to let me know. And invite them over. Let them know that there's a place here for them.
Do you have any body fluids at all? Like, spit in that direction.
Well, sometimes when I get hit real hard, I'll make a little bit of a tear. But other than that, not that I can think of, unless you count the fluids from my flower. Here, take a sniff. As he then squirts the little flower and some water comes out.
Oh. You just
we know most of his suit. Yeah, most of his suit is part of his body, so.
Urine flower.
Well, you mentioned that one had not come back after going to spend time with the horses, and we had also heard about the stables. good to know. You've given us quite a bit of information, Mr. Clown. Is there anything else you can think of in regards to missing children, just the state of how children are treated here in Castleton, or any other details that would be important for a few wayward investigators?
Nope, just that the parents seem to have difficulty controlling their kids, but other than that, nope.
What happens when the kids grow up?
What do you mean?
Have any of them grown up?
Not from what I've seen.
So it's been the same kids you've seen every day, right?
Yep.
How long have they been here?
Not sure. I've lost track of time.
Have they changed physically at all? Taller?
Well, sometimes they get haircuts.
I'm worried, out of character, I'm worried that the kids are just straight up never growing up.
You could tell us that in character if you want.
Neverland.
Yeah, this seems like a Neverland, but kind of worse.
All you have to do is believe.
I'll tell everyone my worries in character. That we've never really seen any of the kids, because we haven't seen any like teenagers or
Correct.
young adults.
You've seen young adults, like, in terms of like young parents.
Okay.
Right.
I
so
mean, like
early 20s, but not
Yeah.
not late teens or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
I mean, like,
mid to late
19.
teens. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking like 19, 20.
Right.
Yeah, what's the oldest we've seen as far as kids go, like 13?
Like probably like 12 or 11.
I wonder.
And we haven't seen like elders, right?
You've seen a couple old people. Not a whole lot of them,
Yeah.
but you've seen a couple.
So
We should ask them if they've had, what their kids are doing, or if they've even had kids, or they're
Right.
old
Well,
and waste of space.
can I like assume like the adults can get older, but the kids cannot?
We'd have to ask.
Yeah.
Actually,
Because
The
that whole model-
kids,
Roll a perception check.
Oh,
if the kids aren't taught about aging, or are in fact taught the opposite, that aging doesn't happen, with the intent to obtain immortality, it could be a strategy enforced by the adults.
We should also explain why they never leave the city, right?
okay.
Oh,
Wow.
there.
Okay.
You'd say all the kids look like they're 7 years old. All of them have looked like they're 7 years old.
Specifically 7. And what about the adults growing older, which was, I think, another question? I guess it's hard to tell. Are there
Hard
like
to
a
tell
wide
the ages
range?
specifically of the adults, but yeah, wide range.
Wide range. That at least
Especially since there's
insinuates.
probably a lot of people who come in to the city.
And when you say all, for Avalon's sake, do you mean literally all, or like like 80 to 90%? And then there are some
100% of the
outliers?
children here are 7 years old.
Oh,
Wait, so that means they tripped some 7-year-old?
Yeah.
That
Also,
makes it
didn't
so
you
much
say-
funnier.
Didn't you say like in the beginning when we came to town, like tourists bring their kids here?
Yeah.
So people from outside the city. So people outside the city, kids always look 7 years old when they come here. But when do they ever leave the city?
Haven't heard anything about that, so you have nothing to go off of for that. But from what you've seen of the children here, all of them are 7 years old, based on what they
Ooh.
look like.
This is becoming a bit of a pickle, and I've never been a fan of pickles. Too sour for my taste.
Wait, chill out.
Somebody better get a jar.
I don't know what the Sutton hate on, pickles is.
Eh. But wait a minute, we have a thing for that.
And I'm saying that to Mr. Pickles is crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
I forgot. This is in character.
Yeah, yes.
I actually out of character. I do like pickles for your information.
I'm neutral, unless it's a spicy sandwich.
I know it's weird. I like pickles. I hate them on like sandwiches and burgers. Though.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's like the only time I do like them, if it's like a spicy chicken sandwich.
Well, now you hate each other.
Yeah, I guess so.
You
Womp
can't
womp.
play D&D together. Oh, that's so sad.
And
How
banned.
dare you!
But sorry,
I'm
getting
outta
back on
here.
track.
That's very odd. I wonder if we'll find the prince in a similar state. I also wonder, perhaps more relevantly, if there's a very strong rumor of the king being sickly and inoperable, and if we somehow got the children to believe he was in a healthier state, that we'd have a bit more of a conversation with him.
Is there someone getting children to think that he's useless, or
Well, we have a proper candidate in his mysterious assistant, who seems to have a grudge against the queen.
I don't think she would be against him trying to be useless. I think she wants him to be useful.
She seems nice, I agree, outwardly. She did turn around at one point and speak in an unknown language, which made me a little suspicious, but that's not enough to jump to conclusions. It's just, with that, and her nonchalance about the Rakshasa, with our current knowledge, it might be explainable, but I still hold her in the highest suspicion in regards to state of affairs politically in Castleton.
I mean, we are random people just coming to the castle and saying, hey, we're here to help, without any prior knowledge of who we are.
It's true. It's true. She's been extremely helpful. I, again, don't want to jump to conclusions, but something about her caught my nose. Well, Mr. Clown, I think we'll be off. Don't think we have anything more to speak of with you.
Well,
You've been a great help.
happy to help. Best of luck. I hope the kids are all right.
Wait, there's one more thing? Why do you put the alarms up for?
Well, so that I get alerted if someone were to try to sneak up and do something to the kids. I need to keep them safe if they're going to be sleeping around here.
Could you give us a demonstration about what you would do
Yeah.
if there were a threat?
Well, I would hit him with my shoe as he pulls out his shoe, and I would yell at him to run away, and I'd say mean things to him while the kids try to find a way to run away.
Right, so vicious mockery. Got it.
Have you seen
Oh,
anyone
he's
come
like
here?
mellow mockery?
Will, I don't think I've seen anyone other than the kids and you guys, and of course the occasional parent, but not at night. But
Okay.
never can be too careful, especially when it's with the kids.
Well, that's all I had to ask.
Of course.
Well,
Kids are, after
let's-
all, important.
They're
to be
the
looked
greatest
after.
resource.
Oh, yeah, that too, I guess.
They should be looked after. Seems like they seem very safe around you.
Well, I thank you. I do what I can.
It'd be quite handy to have your help in the investigation, but it seems you're a bit stuck.
And he
Keep
just
an eye
kind
on
of
these
shrugs.
ones. And if anybody suspicious comes near, if you could let someone of adult age know and have them come to tell us.
Okay, I imagine you're rather easy for them to find. I'll just give them a description, and I'm sure they'll know what I'm talking about.
Probably. And the needles will start leaving unless anybody else has anything to say.
No, I just follow needles as well.
And then...
Enki. I'm flying directly over Esteban's head as we're leaving.
Yeah.
Enki, where is your damned panther? He's been gone all day.
I don't know.
He just keeps
I know
walking.
where your own panther is.
Alright, it's not like I have a tracking spell on him.
Are you saying this out loud or in the heads, by the way?
Out loud.
And you just hear, meow.
What was that?
And, well, a little hard to see because it is dark. You do see Esteban.
Can I start channeling speak with the animal?
Sure. So you'll ritual cast speak with animals.
Rituals.
Yeah. And that does take, I think, 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah. I'll just sit on Lord for a bit.
And then I am really quick. I gotta burst. I'm gonna pee real quick.
Go.
So feel free.
Go.
Bathroom break. Get water. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, and I have a "we'll be right back" thing right there.
Well, this is becoming, like I said, a pickle. That's all 7 years old. They can manifest things in reality. Are they even real?
That's what I'm wondering.
Like, are the tours that came here even here anymore?
Yeah, that's the main thing. Is because if it was just the people that were here, but there's no kids younger than 7 either. It's just, do the kids just become 7? Do they grow up or down to 7 years old, depending on how close they are? Maybe people just don't typically come to this town. Maybe there are only small groups of tourists on occasion, and we just happen to come when we're the only tourists.
I thought there was a bunch of people trying to get inside the gate when we went back to ask the guardsman about stuff.
I think that was just our group.
Was our group? Okay.
I don't believe there was another group, but we can clarify with Chef when he gets back.
I thought that was to be like a short session, wasn't it?
I think the idea was that if we did it on Friday, it would be a short session, but I don't think he specified that Saturday would be a short session. I think we moved it to Saturday so it didn't have to be.
Yeah.
But if we need it to be, I'm sure Chef can accommodate.
I didn't know if people needed like to leave. Like, I don't think we discussed who actually still needed like to be here all night or anything.
It's flexible, I'm sure, but no, it wasn't discussed beforehand to be short.
I'm chilling.
We're really prolonging going to the sewer.
There you go. Sorry, I recently got a new
I
water
woke up
bottle
for
that is a
Actually,
1.5 liter, which is kind of a double-edged sword because it's nice in terms of like not needing to refill for water, but it's unfortunate because it means I have access to way more water than I need in a single sitting. And I just love drinking water. So, anyway.
also, what's new? Like,
Yeah.
Man, we've really prolonged going to the sewers. What's new?
Right.
We have, to be fair, this particular interaction got us a
This
lot
is very
more information.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is very like important. Clearly.
But it's like it's funny that we do this every for every important place we go to. You're like, wait, what about this right now?
And we were close by. I figured I'd mention it, and it seemed to work out this time.
I wonder what this is like from like the clown's perspective, because it's just like random people just like
Just came in
he's
and started
hearing footsteps.
interrogating.
No, he just started hearing footsteps like what was that? And then no, out of nowhere, pick up your hand. Ouch! I'm bleeding. Ah!
Yeah.
And then we're just like scratching, like, oh man, that's interesting. And then we just all huddle up without him.
It's just
Realistically, though, I don't
staring
think he went, "Ow, I'm
intensely.
bleeding." To me, it sounds like he'd be like, "Oh yes, I'm bleeding."
It's funny because we don't have to huddle anymore, so we can just stare them dead in the eyes quietly while we're having
Yeah.
an internal discussion. It's
just
literally
funny.
like we have a Discord voice chat whenever we need it.
Because we're literally just, we're just like monologuing, like, man, maybe it's this, and then we just like ask him one question, and then we just ignore him for like another 10 minutes.
He's like,
Yeah,
what's
to be
that?
fair,
Ask me another question.
yeah. To be fair though, unless I specify, then he can also hear. Because I did specify, I think, on 1 or 2 occasions that I would do it separately from him, but the rest of the time, I wasn't necessarily excluding him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So he could at least have some context as to what we're talking about.
Oh, gotcha.
Just with, I forget what specifically I hid from him, but I think, yeah.
Either way, he seems to just kind of be listening in.
I figured.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like he's super...
Yeah. Not super secretive and whatnot. Like, obviously he's interested in the children's well-being and such, but otherwise he's rather
I think we could literally get in a circle, do a cult chant, and cackle maniacally, and he would only think, "Oh, that was kind of odd." Well, that was kind of odd.
Okay,
exactly. Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
Wow, that's weird.
Did Enki finish his casting of Don't Speak with Animals while we were walking out?
I think so. Yeah. As you walk out, you can take your time walking out. And Enki, yep, is done casting it, so you can now speak with animals.
Where have you been, Esteban?
Well, I have mainly been here, but I have also been out and about, running some errands.
Okay, that's nice. I guess you couldn't really tell me that you were going out, could you?
I mean, I physically could try. I could give a meow or something, but I don't think I could successfully tell you I was leaving, no.
You're able to speak with needles and stuff, no?
That is true. But I couldn't have successfully told you that I was leaving.
Maybe we should set up a system so you could just, I don't know, some sort of like, tap my shoe or something. Like, hey, I'm leaving,
Ah.
Is there any way... Do I hear Enki's side of the conversation? Are you saying this in common?
Sure, I'll say it in common.
Yeah, and then you just are able to...
There is a chance Esteban might know Thieves' Cant. Ask him that. At least written Thieves' Cant. Might be able to scratch it into the dirt.
True. You know Thieves' Cant, right?
Ah, but written Thieves' Cant is more for conveying general ideas, not great for specific communication.
No.
And verbal Thieves' Cant doesn't exactly translate well if you don't speak a common language.
Yeah. That's it for sure. Are you able to just write, like, gone in Thieves' Cant?
There's not exactly a symbol for gone, but I guess I could write empty, but I would hate to mislead other people who are looking if there happens to actually be something in the area.
That is true. It's not really a good one to do. They're all pretty easy.
Enki. Ask him if he could write something like secret task 2 to 3 hours east or something along those lines.
I could just like...
Can you hear him?
I could just... yeah, and then he'll just kind of turn and just be like, well, yeah, I guess I could just write something in the ground near you and just say, hey, I'll be back in this amount of time. But at the same time, I understand your concern, but do not worry, I can fend for myself. This seems excessive.
Yeah. It's alright. You do what you will.
That being said, I do not wish to concern you, so if you do feel yourself being a bit worried about my disappearances, let me know and we can try to figure something out if that is the case.
As long as you're here for when we leave the city and stuff, I don't really mind.
Oh yes, do not worry. You are not too difficult to track.
Not?
I apologize. I did not mean that as an insult. That was more to more to brag about my abilities for tracking and less to bring you down about your abilities not to be tracked.
Yeah, I understand. Alright. You don't need sugar.
I
Well,
assure
we got
you I
that
meant no offense.
I mean, we got the Esteban missing situation. I was wondering where you were, but it's alright, I guess. So, are we heading? Where are we heading?
Either the sewers, which is where we've been planning to go for a while, or the stables, because it is nighttime, and that is where we were told lots of children who are orphans would be staying, including one girl who went potentially missing. So, do we prolong the sewers further, or finally go
Can we
into
just
the
ask the
depths?
goblin real quick? Since while we're here at the castle, since they were staying at the stables, right?
They
For
did
an
not stay
hour.
the night. Yeah, it was only about
Yeah.
like an hour.
Oh yeah, because we got the castle like immediately. I forgot about
Mhm.
that. I mean, we might as well check these stables.
It prolongs getting us dirty, and if we're going to get killed, we might as well get killed with as much information as we can.
Can I just run to the stables?
Okay, yeah, so Anki, you're running ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I will try to send Resin with him. Do you wait for Resin to catch up and go into your scarf? Or do you...
Sure. I'll wait
Okay.
for it.
Because she would not be able to anywhere near catch up to you if you did not wait. So yeah, Resin will be with him. I can't communicate once he's out of 100 feet, but she can at least assist him with anything small that he needs help with. Although he
And-
does also have Esteban.
And Esteban will sprint off to follow.
How fast is Esteban compared to Enki? I assume not quite as fast, but he's surely quite fast.
Pretty fast. Like, he's not as fast, but he seems to give, like, a close chase.
Assume like top speed for a panther or like supernatural speed?
Supernatural speed. Faster than top speed of a panther. Probably about twice the speed of a panther's speed.
Well, it's not like I would know that.
Like, oh, you're kind of slow, bud. Why are you taking so long?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm twice as fast as my kin. I can't.
Look, I'm going as fast as I physically can. Actually, faster than... I apologize for not being...
It's like the Flash, you know, he's like supposedly the fastest man alive, but he gets gapped every freaking other episode.
God, yeah, don't...
Oh yeah, dude, that show was fucking stupid because of that.
I'm the fastest man alive. Okay, bud.
He literally lost to himself later into the season, I think.
It's so true. It was, I'm the fastest man alive as long as there isn't literally any other speedster. Then I am, in fact, not the
A lot
fastest.
of that show was just like Barry. Oh, it's actually Barry.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, actually, he is able to keep pace with you. I just realized. Like,
Whoa.
Do keep in mind he has.
Oh.
This might still be true, but Enki also has cunning action, so he can dash
oh,
his bonus
you know what?
action, and he has plus 10
Completely
speed
forgot
from
about
his-
cunning action. So he is a bit behind you, but not that far at all. Still
I
behind
think
you.
Enki's speed is. So it's 30 plus 10 from mobile, which you switched to, right? So that's 40,
Yeah.
which is then
Yeah.
doubled to 80, which is then tripled because you can do
Yeah.
normal movement, action dash, bonus action dash. So 240 feet.
So yeah, he is not as fast, but he is a. He's only about like 40 feet behind you. And with that, then I assume the rest of the party is going at normal pace.
Are we gonna follow or are we waiting? Did Enki tell us whether he wanted us to wait in the market, or did he want us to eventually meet up?
Would have just said like, hey, we're going to the stables? Alright, bet. And just,
So
I guess we're.
while we wait for everyone else to catch up with Enki, Enki, why don't you go ahead and give me a perception check?
oh gosh, my biggest weakness. Sight.
Do you want Resin to roll separately or assist?
Up to you.
Just roll separately, you know. That's a 10.
Yeah, you should roll separately.
Alright. And as you're looking around, Esteban also seems to be looking. So you don't seem to notice anything. But Esteban, looking around, like in the stables, the horses are a bit nervous with a panther in the stables with them. Those that are awake.
Oh, come on. Do they notice him?
Actually, valid point. Hold on. No.
Like, it's nighttime.
Never mind. No, they don't actually. None of the horses notice him. But he does go into an empty stall, and there is two piles of hay. But one of the piles of hay seems to be a little bit disturbed. And as he brushes away some of the hay, you notice there seems to be what almost looks like like the platform could be pushed up. Like it looks like a trapdoor. And he just kind of taps on it with his claw, and it sounds like it might be hollow.
Can I ask the horses if they know what
Oh, you still have it up. Good point.
Yeah.
Smart.
So, what do you say?
if they know what this leads to, or
And one of the horses, like, so you wake him up, and goes, yeah, no, don't put me in that stable. Giant snake things come out of that stable every once in a while. I don't want to go anywhere near that shit.
The horse just casually cussing. I like it.
That is terrifying. Like, snake things bigger than you just grabbing children and dragging them into there.
God, that's...
What?
Good job, Enki. Good job.
So keep me away from that stable. They don't seem to bother us over here, so I'm staying in this one.
Was it just a snake? Is there people helping the snake, or?
Well, I mean, it's snake-like thing. I mean, admittedly, I am a bit stupid, but I don't think snakes have arms, but it did look like a snake. But it did have arms and legs. But it certainly looked like a snake. It was terrifying, and it was big. Or they were big. There's more than just one.
Was it like a hydra?
No, like multiple of these things that looked like snakes with arms and legs. Well, some of them were no legs, but so some just slithered with arms, and then some had arms and legs, and just looked like a human with a big old snake head. But either way, terrifying.
Out of character. Or is that fucking Naga? This sounds horrifying.
Make an Arcana check.
Arcana.
Roll high. Roll high.
So
You rolled high. Good
this
job.
sounds like the description of a Yuan Ti, a snake person. Not very common to burn. No, but you will occasionally. It's one of the more rare races. You don't actually see them very much in the thicket either. Usually if you see one, it's someone who's lost, who is misplaced from where they should be in distant islands. But you do technically know of them. They usually are in packs. They aren't very solitary race. They're usually a part of cults, but not always.
I think This is a lot more than I was expecting from stables, Esteban.
And he's like, this definitely seems problematic, to say the least. This is something that might be worth looking into. It did literally say that it was taking children, so I would imagine this sounds like what we are looking for.
Well, me and my dumb luck, gosh darn it. I'll wait for the party to arrive, I guess.
Alright.
I'll just meet them halfway, actually.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna move slowly up there.
Yeah.
Needles is around the theaters at this point.
Yeah, and
I
so
assume everybody else came with.
you meet up with them. So, yeah, as you guys are heading towards the stables, you get met halfway with Enki.
Ah, well, I'm assuming you didn't find much. May as well head back to the marketplace.
Snake people.
Pardon? Looking nervously at the rest of the group. What people?
I think you heard me. Snake people. Trust me, you're gonna want to see this, man.
See it? You saw snake people?
Nope. But I have a witness.
You have a witness? One of the children?
Yeah, just let's go. Come on.
Did you find any children?
All right.
I find where they can be. A secret entrance, if you will.
Sewer entrance or something different as we're walking? Or flying?
I'd say more like a trap door than anything.
Well, that might have been a breakthrough in the investigation there, Enki. And who's to say you're always up to no good?
Who said that?
Everyone in the party besides me.
Who did the most, Needles?
I specifically said he was up to very good stuff and was proven wrong when he returned after having robbed a home.
Hey! No need to
I'm
talk
just
about
speaking
that, bro.
facts. I tried to defend you.
Hey, you know, it led to a helpful discovery.
I'm not arguing with your methods anymore, Enki. You've done an incredible job assuming what you've stated is true.
Hey, I got us the password to the bar, which got me that job.
I feel as though any of us could have gotten the password to the bar on accident, and in fact, Glorb pretty much did.
I mean, but I got it.
There is an important skill you'll learn, Enki, as you grow older in life, says the person who I think is a third of his age. As you grow older in life, you learn that to acknowledge when things go well and when things go poorly. At the home you robbed, it was a mediocre success. We can just admit that and then improve in the future as you have now. And you've done an exceptional job this expedition to the stables. It's important to know when you've done well, and it's important to know when you've done poorly. And this time you've done an exceptional job.
Well, I'm 3 for 3 in my book. I found that bag of candy, regardless of methods, of the children's souls. I found out the passage to the bar, regardless of methods. And now I find a secret hideout, which, on witness account, is probably the Snake Cult people.
Did you actually find it, or did Esteban find it?
To be fair,
I just start like speed walking. Come on, let's go. We're gonna miss.
And
be fair,
Esteban
though-
in Wolf will go, he found it.
Ah, well, I was going to argue that because he purchased you from the marketplace, that your addition to the group is by his, to some extent, attributable to his decision making. But if he did it himself, that's all the more.
I
Impressive
simply
on his part.
assisted. He found it.
You know what, Enki? We'll call it 2 for 3. I can't quite get the 3 for 3 up in this matter.
And
And then if we
sorry, continue.
if we count Harberton, well,
Hey, you know, he made a great pincushion.
I gotta set freaking Rod.
That's true. It's just fun to make fun of you, Enki.
Regardless
like
of
making
method,
fun of-
I got that Rod.
Yes, and you got several metal rods stuck inside your body in the process, but that's all right.
They were cheap wooden rods, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
Practically sticks, if anything.
What did you say about snake cult? You said snake people first, and now you're saying snake cult.
People. Snake cult people. Wanti.
Do any of us besides Enki know what that is?
You can make an Arcana roll, but no one else would have an idea.
I
Can
know.
I
I
ask
don't.
a question about that? What race was Sundara?
Yeah, Sundara appeared to be human.
Oh my gosh. Wait, hold up. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that.
Because remember, her brother is Tashish and the cult leader. I forget if she actually told us what he's like.
I didn't even think about that.
She did not.
I suppose I'll have to run a bit of detect magic on her the next time we see her. Although, is 15 enough to know that certain Yonti look almost identical to humans?
Yeah, you know that they do have, like, magic abilities, some of them do, to alter their appearances.
Right,
Because
but
they
I
could also shapeshift a bit.
out of game, I do believe that like the most Yonti have
Yeah.
a wide range, right?
Yes,
Where they can
correct.
look almost identical to humans, or they can just like be outright snakes.
They can,
Yeah.
and they can, like, polymorph. There are some versions of them that can alter their appearances to look completely human.
Okay. Would I know if that would come up in a detect magic, or would that be more of a
You would know.
physical transformation?
I'd say go ahead and make that Arcana with advantage, just given that it's as long as you have memories from your studies in the lab.
Okay, yeah, I still have. Well, that
Okay.
didn't change.
Well,
anything.
still 15. I assume Severance, would you provide guidance as Needles is trying to think on this?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d4 for me then.
The moon is high, moon maiden.
It is
please
nighttime,
grant
yeah.
me- Oh,
So,
sorry.
2.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Oh, that's funny. You both double.
Hey, we both rolled a 2. Let's just combine them and say I got a 4.
That's how that works. I rolled two 15s. We should just call it a 30.
Third,
Come on.
right. Well, I
Yeah,
will say a 17 is enough for you to understand that you did recall your teacher wishing that you could someday find a Yuan Ti because he'd love to study that specimen due to their some of them having abilities that is innately able to change their shape.
Right.
So it's
So that gives the idea.
yeah, so it wouldn't come up with a detect magic given that it's a biological ability.
I will reinforce Avalon and Enki's theory with that new information.
And also, you could go ahead and make an investigation roll as well.
Me again?
Anyone, actually. Everyone who's heard her speak.
That's what I was about to bring up. 'cause
My
I-
intelligence rolls just. I have a plus
Your
8.
intelligence
I have
rolls
a plus
are yet to
8.
go above 10. That is nuts.
I am going to use a DM inspiration in this case.
Okay, thank you.
I said I was going to use DM inspiration before he rolled, so I'll still.
No,
I'll hold
it's
to
all
it.
right. Oh, well, that's fair. So, yeah,
Man,
you realize, because also too, this might be something you might have just realized. I say don't worry about using the DM inspiration, because also I rule if you notice something without me needing to tell you with investigation, you can just have that knowledge if you think your character would pick up on it. and-
I'm sure figured something out.
Yeah, and I'll say with Enki, I'll straight up tell you if the player themselves haven't noticed, and maybe my mic hasn't picked it up, but I've done a decent job at every time she says something with an S, there is it has a bit of a list, specifically on the S's, almost like it's a hiss at the very end. that
I actually didn't even notice that. That's a funny part.
Yeah, I did not notice that either, so I want to go back and check at some point. Listen to it.
But there was like, I think every once in a while I'd accidentally forget, so I'd re-say the word, adding the lisp to it to make sure that it had it. But there was a chance that maybe the mic didn't pick it up. But regardless,
I remember vaguely thinking that she talked oddly. I did not pick up particularly on S sounds.
Mhm.
So
and
The whole time it's been like the king's servant.
yeah,
It's like, man, I wonder what it could be.
Hello.
well, to be fair, we had no context for Snake
Yep,
people
you
at
had
that
no
point.
context, so it seems obvious now that you have all the pieces, but you,
Back then.
at the moment, and plus there's so much going on. It's like, okay, sure, another weird thing. Yeah. So
Avalon, were you saying something?
so yeah, Enki, if you share this with the party, or at this point maybe the characters you might feel put it together as well, that, oh yeah, she's probably also Yuan Ti. And you realize the language that she was speaking might be related to that. As you know, they also speak Infernal. Or they speak Abyssal, sorry.
Yeah.
And so...
You've got a look on your face, Enki, like we all missed something obvious. Did you...
You know, she was speaking a weird tongue, right? And she has a weird tongue. She's a snake person. The king despises her.
So you're
You know-
saying that she's had a bit of a snake-like lisp? I mean, that's... If we're just assuming she's a snake person based on having a lisp, that is a bit offensive if it turns out she's not.
She's even wearing green.
But I think we have enough evidence to at least claim it as being a reasonable possibility and likelihood. But
I know, right?
let's at
Like-
least consider maybe she just has a lisp and it's a coincidence.
Think about
least
it.
with-
She wears so much green. Like, who would wear that much green?
There are a lot of colors
Oh.
for snakes. Why do you think they're all green?
I mean, what happened? Did the racism spread? And why is he defending now?
Oh no, not the theme. And with
Needles, my dear friend, a third my age, the third of intelligence. Come on, isn't it? It's pretty obvious.
oh,
You know, what
crazy.
spells do I have? What spells do I
How
have?
can
What
I
spells
punish
do
this?
I have?
Hey, maybe if you rolled higher on your, intelligence rolls, maybe.
God, yeah, anything above a 10, Jesus.
Even my DM inspiration was still just a 10.
Yeah, that's nuts. But
I can't believe I rolled a 19 for investigation. 19 and an 18.
that's this is Enki's good day. Like, Enki has a very good day today.
My good days are out of combat. That's
Yeah,
that's my good
so
days.
true.
Just like freaking, I like trip on a rock. It's like, wait, this is the holy stone of Atronach. It's like,
but then the second it's battle, well, I guess I'll die.
I have stupid luck, bro. Dumb luck.
And with that, do you guys go into the trap door?
Other question.
Mhm.
Do we have, with both mine and Enki's rolling pretty good in regards to Yonti, do we get the idea that they're good or bad, or that they're always leaning towards bad, or that they more so lean towards good? Out of
Stealing
character,
children.
I believe. Out of character, my understanding is that they're almost always evil. But like in this world, in character, do we
Yeah.
have any idea?
So, you know that they're almost always evil, but it's not a guaranteed evil. As you do recall as well, as Sundara is trying to stop what her brother is doing.
Yeah, assuming we believe what she's been telling us.
Assuming she's telling the truth.
So, yeah, there's a possibility she's still on the side of the city and the children. But also worth considering it could be two Yuan-Ti factions feuding with one another, and she's just taking advantage of a few mercenaries in town, ready to smash some snake skulls in, so it's hard to say. We should also, when we return to the castle, investigate the staff to see if any of the others might be Yuan-Ti. I'm worried that the king's just in a den of snakes, so to speak.
Snake pit.
Yes, it's much less fun than the ball pit in the marketplace.
I wish my character had a fedora. Why is it always snakes?
It's also funny because that's the title of the stream, is Into the Snake Den. So I realized, like, man, I really hope they figure this out during the stream.
We're not metagaming. At least you know we're not metagaming.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, trusting your horse, should we all rush in tonight? I assume we want to do this as quickly as possible, rather than allowing more children to die.
It beats the sewers.
It could lead to the sewers. Part of me assumes they're connected. We'll find out, though.
Part of me is praying to the gods I don't believe in that.
Also, did Axon
Doesn't
come
go
with
to
us?
sewers.
I noticed his token is still in the castle.
Oops.
But I also
Oh,
know that he
no,
wanted
this
to
isn't
save the
Axon's
children.
token. This is.
Oh, is that not Axon's token?
No, I yet again forgot to make Axon's token.
Okay, but he
is with you. Yeah. Let me
Okay.
grab something for him really quick, because yeah, I should have
Because
something.
I knew he was pretty insistent on saving the kids. So I
Yeah.
was just curious.
Let's see. Where's?
What is it? What time is it around now? Like 10?
Yeah,
11?
it's pretty late. Where the hell is Axon? What's something I can use for Axon? Ugh, excuse me. Sure. I'll use this. All right.
Axon's looking tough. Those fists. Maybe we'll just send him
Wow.
out on his own.
Can add him.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I might be able to find a better thing for him. Let's see.
I mean, it was either that or the vampire hunter down there.
Let's see. Hold on. There's got to be a better. Oh yeah. You know what? I'll use this.
Yo, hold up, you looking sick.
Yeah. It's a little bit too much religion iconology for him. Oh well. You guys carry on. I'll find something while you guys move along.
What did Alawi look like again? I just remember like pink.
Oh, yeah. Here, I can bring her up for you really quick. Just let me finish. scrolling through
She's pink, like crop top, in a booty shorts with a big old sword and some big metal greaves, is what I remember.
Was it?
this.
Blonde hair with pink tips.
Yep. A big ass sword.
Yo, hold up.
Yeah.
He's got the most evil. He went from a full holy crusader to the most evil looking knight I've ever seen.
Yeah, just imagine it's like less evil. There's still like, I picked this one because it had like some kind of electrical energy sparkling near his weapon. That's accurate, but he's definitely more like silverish and stuff instead of like black. I definitely haven't making a token yet for him in terms of Hero Forged, but I'll definitely be getting to that eventually.
Owl again?
What's up?
The owl?
Oh, the owl is it's the pet for I believe it's Severance's owl. It's either Hawka's or Severance's.
I just don't remember that token.
It's Severance's. I think it's Orpheus.
Yes, Orpheus.
Okay. So, we going into the den?
Did you want to ask the horse any more questions? I might not have any more details besides just being spooked by some big snakes, but we have a whole group. We're ready to go in whenever.
I think we should just go in, honestly.
She's got her +3 armor of revealing.
Yeah. She's a dex build. A dex build with a two-handed weapon. Well, barbarian. Barbarians don't need
True.
armor.
Although I could send Resin in ahead. I know the last few times you've gone ahead, Enki, it has not gone well. So we could send my familiar in. If she gets splatted, I can bring her back. Shake a little test tube that I have in my coat. She's really more so an ooze-like creature at the moment. I've got a little more of her left inside this tube, and if she dies, I just have to use some magic, reinvigorate her, and she'll come crawling right back out. But if we all just want to rush in, we can do that. I'm going to be hiding behind you guys regardless.
You know, Glorb. What do you think? You know, I think you should go first.
Okay.
Absolutely zero objection.
All right. Let's. Boop. And shoop. Oh, hey, I said. There we go.
Yeah, you yell at roll 20.
You know it. All right, and then let me start placing you guys in. So first we have. I think right now it's all black for everyone, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes,
As
it
we're
is.
going in, though, I do at least suggest to everybody, let's at least try to be slightly stealthy. It probably won't last long, but worth a shot.
Now, Glorb, I think you can. Can you, Glorb? You have dark vision, right?
I should.
Yeah. Are you able to see at the moment, or at least kind of see?
I see the top left.
Cool. Perfect. That's accurate. So Glorb, you go down first. Oh, everyone go ahead and give me stealth rolls. And for no reason at all, go ahead and also... 1 second. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay, cool.
For no reason in particular, also give me initiative rolls.
Oh, okay.
Oh, great.
No. Oh, no valid token was selected.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Don't. That's true. Until you guys are down here, you won't be able to actually be in the initiative order. But you can still keep your roll for initiative, and I'll just add you myself. I can put you.
Mine's on the turn order because I'm him.
Because Glorb is here. And then
Man,
we have.
only
some
had advantage.
Gotcha.
Am I supposed to be seeing just a giant black square?
Yep.
Yes.
Because you
Yes,
haven't
we-
gone into the trapdoor yet.
Glob's the only one that's gone down.
And then once you
Uh,
go in,
do I-
you will
do I
see
roll
something in the
initiative
top
now?
left.
Do you want
Not
me to
until
roll
our
initiative
tokens
now,
are there.
or- Okay.
Just hold off because mine and Avalon's didn't even go on.
Yep.
Yeah, I just
Because
want to make sure.
if you don't have a token to select, it won't actually add you to initiative order. Those who already rolled, I can add you manually. Does anyone follow Glorb? And Glorb, do you go any further than where you currently are? And then
No, I'll
that
probably
link
just
I
wait for
posted
everybody.
in the chat for Roll20 is just a generic serpent snake temple ambiance, which seems to work pretty well for this, but feel free, this isn't necessarily a scene where I'm like, this adds to it.
Boys, we're entering Sen's fortress.
And so
I'd like
who
to follow
goes
in.
down? Oh, sorry, Glorb, what was that?
I'll follow in after Glorb, like. 3
Yeah, I'm
seconds.
just waiting for everybody.
Oh,
Like I said.
Where's the summon sign for Tarkus?
Tarkus?
Is that a reference we don't get?
Isn't that the NPC you summon to fight the Iron Golem in Sen's Fortress?
Sen?
I don't remember. I usually just did it myself because it's such an easy fight.
Alright, so we have Enki here as well.
That subtle shade.
Yeah.
It was
So-
such an easy fight. Were you summoning allies? I can't believe this.
Go.
The golem, huh?
Timmel.
I beat all of Elden Ring pretty much naked without using summon spirits. I'm the coolest guy. I only died to Melania 200 times.
I didn't beat it.
I'm so cool.
I did it monk only, no upgrades, you know.
There you go.
Sorry, what only?
I don't know, just make shit up. I don't know what the fuck.
I don't know.
I've
could
been
be a
wanting
thing.
to do a shield run, only using the shields.
Oh, we lost Winch.
Oh, yep.
Oh.
I got his character here at least. And
I'm
then
seeing a mysterious health bar.
Oh.
But I can't see anything.
That's awesome. Well, wait, you can't see anything?
No, I think it's because I changed the way my token looks, so this token lost
Oh,
sight.
yeah, you might have lost vision. Hold on.
I always
Yep.
forget that you
Oh,
have
no,
to
you have
select
vision.
the token. Oh, I can't see.
You just don't have night vision.
Oh, okay.
And it's pitch black down here.
Severance, do you want to help out a few of us with the...
Let me
Night
check
vision.
and see if it's... Because I think it's my wisdom modifier.
For how many people you can pick. Yeah.
Let's see. Equal to the wisdom modifier. So yeah, I can give it to 4 people who wants it.
What?
I'm a bit lacking. I would appreciate it.
Sure,
I'll
I'll
give
take
it. I'll give it to Needles. I'll give it to Enki.
I think Enki already has dark vision. He's an elf, so I believe he does. Double check, but I believe you do. Avalon would need it. I think
Yeah,
Glor
check your-
should have it.
Check your character sheet. It doesn't... Your token doesn't have it, Enki, but that doesn't necessarily mean it shouldn't have it. So if you could
Eladrin
just
should
double check for me.
definitely have.
And then...
Yeah, you've got 60 feet dark vision as an Eladrin, unless you're using a special version that I'm not aware of.
Nah, there you go.
Yeah, you should have 60 feet.
Oh, yeah. And then... So there, I just
Also,
saved that.
Okay,
I forgot
he
that I
may
didn't
have
have it written down.
60 feet, but does he have 300?
Oh, it's 300. Let me fix it for Needles.
Yeah, it's good, but you should prioritize the people that don't have any dark vision rather than giving
Yeah.
it to the people that already have 60 feet.
I'm not
I
sure
used
if
to
he
have
doesn't have
anti-light.
dark vision because you're the only one who's said something about it.
Yeah.
Me and Avalon definitely, unless Avalon has an item for it. Glorb, I believe, should have dark vision.
I do. I see.
Yeah.
Then I can
believe
give. I
Dragonborn
can
do.
do Avalon. I can do Needles.
Winch might need it.
Yeah, Winch will need
I'll
it.
give it. I'll give it to Winch.
And then one of the Dragonborn.
I'll give it to our mage.
So, Hawkeye.
Hawkeye.
Gotcha.
And that's
rough.
for
If we can get one
hour.
more.
So
All right.
Oh, welcome back.
And you just see for Axon. Oh, hold on, let me go over here too. Axon just kind of puts on some goggles, and you just hear just a high pitched noise. As he's like, "Don't worry, I'll be all right."
6 going dark.
He's cool.
It's best
This is a bit.
always be ready for adventure.
So you had us start to roll initiative. Are we still out where we can talk and
Yes.
act normally?
I
right
just
now?
want this ready for, should something come up.
Okay, and Enki, you should be able to roll initiative now, and I assume you want.
I can't see anything still.
Oh, you can't.
Oh, it's up here. Never mind. I can see.
Okay.
And then
I was zoomed in the middle.
Yep.
I was like, man, nothing here.
yes, I can't see. And then let me add
There's my initiative.
and Avalon as well.
do you need my initiative?
Yeah, just everyone, just while we're thinking about it.
Ooh. I don't like the fact that I'm third in the initiative order right now.
Oh, no worries. And this might not even come into play. I'm just,
Yeah, you know how these things usually go. Usually we just seduce them,
Well, usually, yeah.
spend the night in their home, and then just add them to our caravan. So
exactly.
these children eating snakes, they'll probably be fun to hang out with.
Yeah,
right?
surely there'll be rational beings that you can negotiate
We're already
with.
part animals, so you never know.
I was gonna say
Some sort
the
of
guy-
golden rod I could steal.
True. I was gonna say the goblins weren't that bad though. They were just thieves, and then I realized, well, we have John Williams with us, and he was pretty awful.
Yeah, he
so
was.
maybe we will get along with snakes.
I mean, he what's the word I'm looking for? Redeemed himself.
Severance, what's your
no.
dex mod?
He
He's
reformed well
on
enough.
a journey of reformation potentially. He has not earned any degree of forgiveness.
I mean,
He's
in my
begun
books,
A
he's
very
reformed
slow
enough.
path. In your Fae books, maybe you can accept that. But
Really
in my
quick-
Fae books,
The other people will take it.
Severance, what's your
Sorry.
dex mod? Oh, I can see it
no.
right here. It's -1. Okay.
oh, it's a tiebreaker.
hmm
I thought you were trying to get a saving throw from him.
No. Just
Traps
tiebreaker.
already?
Well,
We'll send Esteban to do the traps. He's probably the best at it. Him
Whoa,
and
whoa,
Enki.
whoa!
you
I'm
descend
right here,
down.
man.
All right. So, at this point, though, I will be. If you guys are moving somewhere, I will need you to move your token accordingly. If
I'm
you
gonna move
don't
one step
specify, I'll assume you're just moving in a straight line.
I'm gonna move one step forward and just freaking like step on a spike trap or something. Die.
How tall is this cavern? Or this hallway? Is it
Yeah.
man-made or natural?
It is not natural. It is man-made. And you do hear the sound of running water in the distance.
Does
Oh.
it smell sewer-like?
The place certainly smells a bit foul.
Okay.
Not too bad, but it's a faint smell, seemingly in the distance. Actually, with your enhanced smell, it smells very bad, and you do know it is in the distance. And
I'm used to the smell of rot. I can handle it. I pat Enki on the head. It's all right. I have a spell to clean us up when we're done.
Can I summon my stand dirty deeds done dirt cheap?
yeah, D4C. Well, I mean, Winch, do you want to... Does Mr. Roboto want to help out? I don't know if Mr. Roboto... Actually, Mr. Roboto might be able to clean stuff off. Oh, wait. Winch isn't here. Anyway.
Oh, he came back and then disappeared again.
Keeps gonna get out, probably.
Yeah, probably like
Internet.
connection issues. Either way. So, do you guys move forward? What are you doing?
We have a few options if we're worried about traps. And again, assuming we're all this close together, we should be able to. In fact, Needles will just be like this so we can all talk perfectly silently. Did everybody roll stealth checks? Let's see who all rolled
We have
stealth.
a 23, a 6, an 18.
We have 17, 18, 6, 23. I believe Severance hadn't rolled yet, and then all of the people who aren't here had not rolled stealth yet.
I'm not going to roll for the people who aren't here, because that would suck if the person not here fucks it up. But I will...
I mean, to be fair, it is fair. We're bringing a bunch of extra people.
You know what?
It
So
does
true.
kind
Give
of
me a minute.
decrease our stealth.
Let's see.
I mean, I don't expect us to be stealthy for super long.
So this one was so that's Timmel. And it's with, and for him disadvantage. Okay, well, we have 2 18s for Axon. So Axon's doing fine.
Yeah, he might make up for some of the failures.
And
Blaming Timmel next time I meet him.
oh, you know what though? I completely forgot. As you guys are heading
See a pass without
down,
a trace?
you feel as though there seems to be shadows moving along your feet. And it seems like you guys are doing a bit better of a job with stealthing. So effectively, there's a 10 added to all of your rolls.
Does it seem like... Do we see
32,
who cast
let's
that?
go!
Do we
You
see
do
who
not-
cast that, or does it just happen?
It seems to be happening as you guys go down. You can make a perception check if you want to see
think
who
I know
among
what it
you
was.
is casting it.
No, I'll just ask Axon. Axon, is that you? I think I have a feeling I know. Oh, all right. Esteban, thank you very much.
And he
Appreciate it.
just gives a quiet nod.
Enki, you're New friend is a lot more valuable than even we could have estimated. This is a very, very useful spell.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's unnecessary for me and him, honestly.
I mean, a 33 is pretty good.
Yeah,
Are you gonna complain?
33 is real good.
Oh, sorry, guys.
But I'll take it, you know.
Oops, that's the wrong way.
I'm sure the two of you don't need it, but for the rest of us, it's a boon, especially those of us in heavy armor. Helps muffle the sound a bit.
From
And
a
I
light
am
to a
going
blink.
to cast Detect Magic while we're all just sort of getting our bearings down here. Anything immediately magical not on our persons within, I believe it's just 30 feet. I will fly closer to the front of the group.
There you go. Let's see here.
Oh, I might also have detect magic. Let me look.
30.
No, I have dispel
Okay.
magic. Never mind.
That is very useful in case I'll point it out and you can dispel it if we need to.
How long does
Yeah.
it last? Up to 10 minutes. Okay. Cool.
Mm.
So as of
But
right
it is
now, nothing.
concentration. Yeah, it is concentration, and I will try to remember because there are a couple concentration spells I'm tempted to cast. So I'll try to remember to remind you if I do cast another concentration, Detect Magic drops.
Yep. And here, I will put a little thing on you. Let's see. What's a thing for that? I'll do this. There you go. So you have the little clock next to you to indicate you're concentrating.
No magic within 30 feet in front of us. Enki, Esteban, Avalon, and Axon, you would be the best to look for traps for various reasons. Well, actually, it depends on what kind of traps we think we're going to come across. Any volunteers? I'm happy to do it myself, but it depends on what kind of trap it is. Certain traps I'll be very good at noticing, and other traps, not so much.
Other traps?
So
Not so loud.
I just want to ask, for noticing traps, do you have to do perception checks, or is passive perception enough?
Good point. Up to you if you want to use passive or if you want, because passive, right, is going to be a neutral always at one level, whereas an active can be higher than your passive. It's essentially, do you want to gamble?
Yeah, so I'm gonna gamble up front with my 17 passive perception.
Please don't gamble. Just walk.
All right.
I mean, are you saying that if I were to gamble, there would be like 3, things that have a DC check of like 18, 19, 20, I'd fail, right?
If you just use passive, correct.
Yeah, then I'm gonna gamble.
Mm-hmm.
I assume we can have... Is this a group perception check, or is this like you want 1 or 2 people to helm looking?
Yeah, we'll just, for the sake of time, like 1 or 2 people, and then someone else can do the help action if need be.
Man,
I'll
you guys
help
want-
Severance, since I'll be the one probably disabling the traps.
I could help too.
You could actually roll, given that how often you roll correctly.
Yeah. Well, fuck it, I'll do it. Yeah.
Let's
Well,
have
it's a-
Glorb and Severance roll then, and then maybe Enki offers assistance, or is that
Yeah.
that sort of the role for the whole group if Glorb and Severance do it, or can they still be assisted?
Yeah, both of them could be assisted, so both could roll with advantage.
Okay, I will be on Severance's shoulder. Or no, Enki said he was going to help Severance, so I'll be on Glorb's
You
shoulder.
can help Glorb.
Yeah.
And I'll be on Glor's shoulder.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you can.
Who's on whose shoulder?
There you go.
You can't see Glorb now.
Hold on. There you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
Man,
All right, so you guys roll.
Yep, go ahead and roll perception with advantage. So we have a 14.
Well, the one time, Glorb. Our
You know what,
lives
I'm
are at
just
stake. Our
That's
lives
fine.
are at
It's
stake.
fine. I'm gonna use one.
And then
I'm a usual.
well,
'cause I
you can
can't.
wait to see what Severance rolls.
Okay, true. But depending, I could use.
Mm.
Hey, do you want me to roll a perception check?
Yeah, or because did you? Yeah, there you go.
Oh
Yeah, there
my
you go. So
Really,
29.
dear
good.
lord. The Moon Maiden might not be shining directly here, but she's shining through the hearts of our
Yeah, through
our robot friend.
Exactly. She shines through you. So
Yeah, just a casual 29.
yeah. So you know this path is clear.
Well, it looks like this path is clear, and I'm going to move over here.
I will wait.
Okay.
I will suggest that you wait for just a moment. I will first, before we cross the corner, if there's still time, I will suggest that I
No.
just send Resin up just beyond the corner to peek. I'm just going to send her just enough in front of us that we don't have to become visible yet.
Oops. And I thought that I had this here. 1 second.
Oh.
There we go. All right. And as you round the corner, you look over and you see.
Oh wait, never mind. I don't do that. Resin doesn't have dark vision. Never mind.
Oh.
I take it back.
All right. So you.
Yeah.
So
I do it, and then I say, I forget I said anything. Let's just go.
Checking for tripwires, bro. You're checking for tripwires. Make sure
and
there's no growth on the floor.
Severance, you look over and you see a metal door. I mean, anyone else? That's what this is. This is a metal door, big metal door.
Wait.
Big metal door.
Is there a lock? I'll just walk up to it, Rod.
Let's have Severance put his ear to the door.
I'm going to
Oh, we can kind of see, just so you know,
Yep,
Chef.
yeah,
we
I
can
see
kind of
it.
see the corner.
Mm-hmm.
see like a
It's
There.
a
small
little glitchy. Let me
and
fix
you
that.
can see there's a second door that's
I
locked.
mean, you could say that there's just like a slight gap in the wall, just so we could kind of peek through. You
Sure.
can't see anything useful other than another door.
You know
that
what?
has a
gonna-
lock symbol on it.
I'm fine with
gonna
this.
I want to check and see if I can notice if there's anything behind this door.
Yeah. So as you look through, it's hard to see, but the only angle that you can get at while looking through the keyhole shows another door.
I assume he was also trying to listen as well.
And
What an odd
with
feel.
listening, you hear the faint sound of chanting and screaming.
Well, I don't hear anything. I think it's safe. We should just open
I
it up.
wouldn't be so sure. I hear chanting and screaming, so it's likely
Specifically
there's like some
children
kind of
screaming.
blood well, children
Specifically
screaming.
7-year-old children.
It's likely a blood ritual of some kind of cult or something. Maybe we should just like leave.
And it could also just be another car, you know.
You know, children, the greatest resource. There's
Does it-
plenty of them to go around.
I
Does
open
this
the
have
door.
All right.
Oh.
And
it's not locked.
Give me
I
a.
s-
It's not locked. Give me a con save.
Oh shit!
And Anki, you're right there. Go ahead and give me a con save.
I assume I'm
Ew.
also Constitution saving. Also,
Oh,
that
you're right
was
there.
not picked
Yep.
up
Go
by
ahead and give me
Detect
a con
Magic, was it?
save.
This was not magical.
It is technically magical, but it's not like a spell.
Well, I'm
So-
just saying because I might have noticed it beforehand and would have pointed it out if there was a
Because you
magical source.
do
visible.
have. Yeah, because you would have noticed the glyph. You are
and-
at the back of the initiative order, but you would have noticed it upon rounding the corner, because it is
If
a
that's
glyph.
the case, I would have dispelled magic.
Is
Yeah,
everybody coming with us? Because I noticed most. Obviously, a lot of people are gone.
yeah.
most
So
of the
let me
group back
move the
there,
not
Avalon,
here group.
Glorb.
I'm just keeping them behind. The not here group is staying with.
Yeah, I didn't know if
the-
we were supposed to.
there. They're guarding the rear. The not here group will.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want us to follow right away.
And so
I don't remember if I reset my level 3 spells or not, because they're sitting at 2 of 3 there.
no, you guys should have had a long rest. No one's used any resources. You should be at
2 of
full.
Why is it saying 2 of
Eh,
3?
At level 6, you should have 3,
yeah.
and so maybe when you leveled
Leveled up, maybe you didn't add one
refill
or
the slot.
something. Yeah.
So your max
Oh,
increased, but you didn't increase the number that you
Mhm.
had available. because I don't believe you cast a third level spell.
I am sure that you did not. Everyone should be at full resources.
No, I did spend, I believe, I spent it on detect thoughts.
Oh, that's right. Earlier, yeah. But everyone else though should be at full resources.
Well, in that case, I can only do third level, but yeah. I'd do that.
And
but that's if did I have like the circumstantial time to point it out to them while they were listening?
Wind it back a little bit, because you would have seen it. Since you do have the tech magic, you would have noticed the evocation magic on the door, and so I figured. So yeah, I think you would say something if you saw that. So we'll wind it back a little bit, and so you do notice that there is a glyph on the door that seems to be related to some kind of evocation magic.
Before we do anything, let's identify what that very mysterious magic glyph does. I suppose myself could look at it, and perhaps Avalon and Axon might have a bit of context for what this might mean. In fact, they might know better than I would.
This is Arcana, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, we probably close the door.
Yeah, we'll close that since you haven't opened it yet.
I might as well give my hand at Arcana. All right.
That's a no.
Big numbers.
Avalon, do you want to give it a try? Same thing with needles.
Yeah, let me.
I know a bit about magic on occasion. I'll wait patiently for Severance for his gears to turn on his head, and seeing that he didn't come to anything yet, I will try. That's slightly better.
There we go. You finally. I think that's your first intelligence roll above 10, and it's an 11.
So.
Hey, that's definitely better than a 2.
Yeah, it's better than the 2. So with a 19, you can tell that it seems to be a spell that releases poison upon opening the door.
Do we get the range?
Yeah, about 10 feet.
All right.
And it's like a cone.
Easiest option would be a bit of mage hand trickery. I believe 2 of us have access to that. So if we all just step back...
It wouldn't have even mattered.
Well, it can do poison damage. Poison isn't just a condition, it is also a damage type, so it might have taken away hit points as well. Lesser Restoration can get rid of the condition, but it doesn't necessarily... It doesn't reverse damage.
I mean, I should save my...
Yeah. Keep your spells. Yeah. We have a solution, I think.
Yeah. Well, I can do third level
save your spells.
Magic on the glyph.
There may be times we need your divine spell slots later. I believe we can avoid this trap without using your spell slots.
How do glyphs activate anyways? Is it only when the door's open?
So glyphs, I assume as a wizard I would have a good idea of how this spell works. Typically you can either assign some sort of damaging effect, or you can cast a spell in the process of creating the glyph. And once a certain trigger within the radius of the glyph is activated, the damaging effect or spell will come to fruition, typically on one target, but it depends on nuance. So in this case, likely, since we're standing 10 feet away, likely when the door is opened.
Okay, everyone back up. I'll just mage hand it open.
I would say, though, out of character, do we have an idea that this might make sound when it's activated? And how loud? If we can get that information.
I mean, it's blood chanting, so...
Yeah, it's hard to say. The door doesn't necessarily look like it's super rusty, so it doesn't seem like the door itself at first glance would make a lot of noise as you open it per se.
I more so mean the exhalation of poison.
Spell itself, since it's poison, it's not like it's a loud explosion, right? It's like more of a spray per se. So of spell effects, this is probably a more quiet one.
All right, I think we'll let Enki handle this one then.
The door is banana.
I'm not sure I understand what that means, Globe. You're talking in a strange voice. What is that? The door is banana? You say calmly. That's more calmly than I've ever heard you speak.
And so, also really quick, so do you guys... okay, so yeah, you are backing up.
Yeah. Everyone back. I would even suggest around the corner just in case. I don't think it'll go that far, but the only person that needs to see the door is Enki.
Snakes have like really bad hearing too.
I'm not sure that's the case. They might taste the poison in the air. Severance, do you want to? There we are.
All right.
And
I will cast my invisible mage hand.
Now, could you pop Mage Hand just because I'm used to Baldur's Gate where the Mage Hand is like has health.
I don't think it has health.
Okay.
It can't attack or anything.
Yeah, I'm just used to, like, even in Baldur's Gate, like, the Flaming Sphere has health, too. They just put health on everything.
The other thing is, like, this is just a cantrip, and I could use it many times. Because, like, in Baldur's Gate, it's, like, one time, right?
That was Mage Hand Legerdemain. That wasn't the actual spell.
Oh, whoops. Yeah. Sorry.
But either way, though, it's still Mage Hand.
Should have the same thing.
Yeah, it's cool. And it's cantrip. Cool. Perfect.
It doesn't say anything about hit points. Can't attack or activate or carry more than 10 pounds.
And
nothing about taking damage.
No,
I would assume.
Good. I'd assume it's fine since it doesn't specify.
It's a cantrip, so even if it
even if it did, you could just summon another one.
That's the one thing I didn't like about Baldur's Gate is
it made Mage Hand worse. All right, cool. So yeah, you open the door and there's like a spray, and it opens.
Yeah, I guess we just have to wait for the spray to like dissipate.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty quick, like a immediate. It's not like a cloud that stays there. It's a pretty heavy mist. So like it sprays and then falls, kind of thing.
It's like an actual like straight up mist or a venom.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I guess we just move forward, right?
Carefully, but yes.
Someone else go first. I'm sick of being.
Severance, I believe you were quite on top of these things in terms of perceiving. It would be lovely to have you at the front.
Yeah, I could do that.
I'll of course be on your shoulder watching.
And we'll carry over those stealth rolls. Let's see, where was your stealth, Severance?
Do you want me to roll stealth?
We can use the old one if you remember what the previous roll was.
Did you never roll?
In fact, I never rolled.
Oh, so yeah. Are you being stealthy as you move along, or are you just walking along?
Presumably, the rest of us are. If you started to go into here and not being stealthy, we would have very quickly told you that we would prefer that you were.
So the thing is, I don't know if that 6 is really going to do anything.
It's plus, but there is a plus 10 bonus because our Panther seemingly has some sort of magic similar to what Griffin did.
Oh shit, so that's a 16?
Yeah.
You must have missed when he mentioned that earlier, but yes, our footsteps are a little bit quieter and our shadows a little bit deeper.
And
although
you
I guess
don't
there is
seem
no
to
shadows
make
because it's pitch
footprints.
Yeah, we can't be tracked at the moment.
Then I guess I'll make another perception check to see if there are any traps in this long hallway.
All right. So do you do that as you walk forward, or just where you are at currently?
You have inspiration on that.
I was gonna say have been on his shoulder. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, I can say that you're getting help. You have an ally.
Do you want him to roll again?
So you could take
I could
that
just roll separately.
21.
I'd be happy to roll separately with a -4.
Yeah, I was about to say.
After this one, I'd like to just help. Since like I'm also like looking for traps and stuff to disable. I'd like to just help Severance whenever I can. On the perception for traps.
Because I think
here's the thing. I looked already, so I mean, there's no reason for me to not just like go up and look again.
Yeah, and keep looking. So yeah, Severance and Glorb, you can roll with advantage because you each have someone helping.
Do you want me to roll again?
With a 21 and a 22, you note
22 and 22.
Oh, I can't do math.
I'm sure it makes the world of difference. You notice that one extra feather.
So the hall itself, excuse me, seems to be there doesn't seem to be any traps in the hall itself, although this door seems to both be locked and seems to have the same glyph that the other door had. You also seem to hear the sound of running fluids in this direction, as well as the sound of chanting seems to be coming from this direction. This right here that you see in the distance is like a stairway down, but it goes down in the sense that the door is down, but there's still like more wall. So as this goes down, it's like adds depth. So it goes down about like 15 feet, whereas as of right now, the room you're in is about 10 feet tall. So it's making it whatever is behind this door, potential room of 25 to 30 feet.
Hey, Enki, would you like to lockpick that door and open it with Mage Hand?
I can lockpick with my Mage Hand.
You can, actually. Yours specifically can.
Yeah.
Other Mage Hands can't.
My mastery with it.
Yes.
I just use mine, right? My regular one, since...
Yeah, it's just a regular sleight of hand, yeah. Or
I'll just peek over here.
Thieves tools, yeah.
I was invisible, so I just look like I'm like, using the force or something.
Yeah.
And then... sleight of hand check?
No, sorry, Thieves tools. But you're still, I think you're proficient with that too, though.
Yeah, I'm proficient in.
Yeah, so
I just got my extra proficiencies, so I'm really proficient in all three.
Oh, nice. So go ahead and click the Thieves tools.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just pops up attribute.
Oh, make it stealth. Or sorry, dexterity.
Dexterity, submit.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
All right. So you open that door. It is no longer locked. And open. The spray happens. So I thought I put this here, but it turns out I didn't. So what you would see as you look through, although your dark vision's not far enough, but those who have the special dark visions this is a weapons room, an armory. So there's a variety of weapons within this room, even though there aren't variety of weapons on the map.
It seems like the variety of weapons are being held.
And there's some weapons being held, as you see some creatures here. And so now, let's...
My bad. I thought there would be hostages in this room. My bad.
Oops.
We had to check regardless.
Yeah, there was only one way to know.
I suppose we could have gone up to the door and tried to make a perception check, but...
All right, so let me... All right. And now I can switch to this music.
New music.
New music.
Funny part is, I can't see.
I can't see
Where are
shit.
You should be able to see. Why can't you see?
Don't worry, Stevie Wonder. We got.
Oh no, I mean I can't see in the room.
Is it not far enough?
Because I gave my the special dark vision.
300. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more than 30 or something.
Well, Enki's is 60 feet, so he should be fine. Is Glorb's only 30 feet?
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
Is this still 60 feet? I've stared into the sun like twice now.
Yeah, so mine's 300 feet. So let's see.
Everyone can see everywhere on the map.
Hold on.
And
There's
regardless,
nowhere on the map.
Enki, it's
Far
your
enough.
turn.
It would go basically off screen.
Yeah. So Enki, you open the door, and also Winch, are you here, Kitty? Because I thought I saw him get back in the. Yeah, it looks like he's here.
Yeah, it went out for like 20 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll initiative. If you click on your character and roll initiative. And meanwhile, because I'm assuming you're not going to roll higher than Enki in terms of initiative, Enki, you see some figures here. And you've opened the door and they turn and they see you and they don't seem happy. What do you do?
My stealth? Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do they just see the door open?
They see the door open. That's
I have
true.
like a 33
Enki.
stealth.
Yeah, Enki they wouldn't see. Maybe with Severance and me in the front, they might see us.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they're noticing Enki, but they are seeing your allies. Maybe. Oh, they see Severance. I don't think they're seeing. Yeah, they see Severance, and because what again was your roll, Needles, for stealth?
Plus 10 was 27, so.
So yeah, they don't see. The only one they are seeing is Severance.
Damn, that 6 is really screwing me over.
Yeah. That's heavy armor does it, but we got this far without being noticed. Hopefully, we can fight them without reinforcements coming.
And
or talk to them.
We could try. They probably don't speak the same language. But
so
I have a spell.
Enki, what do you do? Because you are on the initiative order. They don't seem to have noticed you yet.
If I walk forward, they're gonna see me.
Not necessarily. Well, yeah, not necessarily, because there is a door in the way, so you could use that to your advantage. It's kind of hard to see because it's not. We can't see how it blocks off vision, but presumably you could use that and your allies to advantage. I don't know how good their dark vision is.
I'm a melee built rogue, so I have to walk up and hit them.
You don't have.
Do you have a ranged weapon?
I do have a ranged weapon, but like my kit's built around just stabbing them.
If you need to do range for now, and then you could do ranged to get your sneak attack, and then move closer and break hiding. Once your hiding's broken.
There, opens like this.
I'll range.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way for you to get sneak attack this turn with melee.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
even if I range attack, I'd still be. It doesn't break stealth, right?
Well, because you would be at you'd get an advantage though because they don't see you.
Yeah, so you get sneak attack, but then it would break your stealth, right?
Yeah.
Once they're attacked.
But you could run off and hide again after.
So I'll shoot the one. What's my short bow range? 80 to. Okay, yeah, I think I'm fine. Alright, I'll do the one that's how do I pick? This one.
Alright, roll the hit.
Bam.
22 hits. So that is 21 damage. Alright.
And then I'm gonna go over here and cunning action stealth.
Alright. Make a stealth check.
And it should still be plus 10, assuming Esteban's. I don't know how his ability works, so I don't know if it'll work throughout all of combat. It does not matter at all.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
28.
It doesn't even matter. Alright. And Avalon.
Because that means if anybody else comes up the hallway, they'll probably just walk right past it.
Yeah.
I don't know. So Enki shot the one that's right in front, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably try to shoot this one.
Alright.
I'm thinking it'll be fine.
Roll the hit.
I think if I have a spell.
So you click the damage, not the actual.
There it goes.
There it goes. A 12 to hit. A 12 does not hit.
Okay. And then I still have terror.
Wait, you're level 6. You have an extra attack.
Oh, I do. Oh, this. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'll try again then.
Oh, he's the which type of artificer is it again?
The battle.
And all right,
Right,
double
and that's
crit.
the one
That's
he's-
nutty.
That is obscene.
All right, and so that's 14 damage.
Dang, I still did more damage.
Hey, I have stealth
Not-
damage is
Not in
Yeah,
total
that's
for the turn. He still
Yeah.
did slightly more damage for the turn.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
in a single attack, yes, you did more.
well, the 12 didn't.
I mean,
hit.
I'm only gonna get one attack.
Oh, the 12 didn't hit. I didn't realize that it.
But had it hit, it would have been more in total. Yes. And then, although Terra now goes.
Yeah. The only thing I should do with Terra is. I want to just move him in. But now he's gonna block the door. He has 30 feet to move though. That's.
I mean, if he's within 5 feet of any of them, it makes my life easier.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to also do. I think he either, so that's. Okay, so I'm gonna move him here. Come on. And then use Force and Power End on the one that's right next to him.
All right. Yeah, as you see, there was one that was trying to hide, but it did not do a great job. And so it does not get the jump. So roll to hit.
How do I do that for Terra?
So if we don't have Force
Just roll a
Empowered
D8.
Rend set up in your attacks, just roll a what you would use for a spell attack, which I think is
Okay.
also what you would use
Oh,
just to hit.
you mean to hit?
In my
Yeah.
attacks. I think that's it.
Oh, perfect. Yep, we put it in for you. And 18 hits, and we have the damage put in as well. Just to confirm, let me make sure that we have your proficient. Nope, the proficiency bonus, we need to update it because it's
Okay.
a little bit weird. So the damage should actually be a 1d8 plus 3. So it's a forward force damage.
Okay.
So I'll put that in.
Thank you.
And
I
then
wish
do you
it
know
could
how
be.
to edit the attacks?
I don't think so.
Okay. We can, if it takes too long to load, we'll just do it later. I'm trying to load it now so I can do it.
Right.
1, 2. But while we wait, Glorb, what do you do?
It's midnight, so after I take my turn, I'm probably gonna hop off for the night.
Yeah, and you know what? We will. It has been like the 3.5 hours. So what we'll do is once we go through this line of initiative,
Rotation.
once we get through this rotation, we'll actually go ahead and call it. And then that way, hopefully as well, because I know we're missing a couple people, that will make things a lot easier on my end. The more people who are here in the next session, and just since there's combat going on as well. That way it's not just members of the party defending the back and not doing anything. Well, they're defending the rear in case someone comes up. Here we go. And then where you fix it is Force Empowered. Click the gear. Where it says damage, where that 2 is, we just got to change that to a 3. There you go. Alright. So that is Avalon's turn. Glorb!
All right. So who is it we hit?
You hit. So far, this guy's been hit, and this guy's been hit.
I see. Okay. Do I have an angle to toss javelin?
Sure. I don't feel like doing the
this
math
guy.
of.
If I were to take my turn,
You
I
can
think
get
I'm gonna head
there.
out because I need to
I,
get
yep.
some
I
food.
think I can. It doesn't look too bad.
All right, good night, Enki.
Good night.
Good night.
And I'm gonna don't
See you
forget to
guys
give
next
yourself
session.
the DM inspiration for making it. Thank you for making it. And I'm also going to put a little. Oh, if this will stop sliding. Oh. Okay. Maybe it doesn't want to stop sliding. Oh God. Okay.
Oh no.
All right.
Nice.
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. There we go. I put a little thing to indicate that you're hiding. All right. Sorry, Glorb, what you up to? And then those who are at the top of the initiative order too. So like, no. So also, so Avalon, if you need to go as well.
I can stay until the end of
Cool.
the
All right.
Yep.
And so, Glorb, what you up to?
Come on,
Javi.
rage.
Oh, Javi.
Rage.
Yeah, rage then Javi. Exactly what my thought process was.
All right. And so go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. Fuck. There it is.
All right. That does hit. Does rage apply to ranged attacks? I don't think it does.
I don't think it has to be melee. I think it has to be strength based.
Oh, okay.
On strength checks and
I'll-
strength saving throws.
No, that's. Let's see.
You have melee attack either strength. I'll just click it. Yeah, I can just.
When you make a melee weapon attack
Yeah,
using
melee
strength.
weapon. The only reason I know that is if you go giant, that's when you get to add rage damage to your thrown weapons. For the giant barbarian. But you still get the damage resistances. And which rage type are you picking? As you go into your
Ooh.
bestial form.
Ooh. I have types?
Yeah. You got claws, tail, and
Oh yeah, you're right.
there's another one that I can't remember. Oh, and jaw. And given your wolf bestial form, I'll say you can pick 2.
Oh. Okay. Let's see these two. Okay. Well, I was going to say. Where's it? There's tails.
Gotcha.
And then
You do have another attack.
True.
yes. I was just gonna say I guess tails and claws. Look at if you
All right.
had to pick 2.
Cool. And
You get
then
javelin again?
do you
Or-
throw another
Yeah.
jab? All right.
Yeah, just chuck another one. Fuck it.
Cool.
Ooh.
And that is a miss.
Yeah.
And unless you do any movement, that's the end of your turn.
Yeah, you know what? Gonna move a bit closer. I think I'll move a bit closer. Just like that. Though. I don't want to go too far.
All right.
I still want to be within the homie range.
Cool.
So, for my turn, I'm tolling the dead of the this guy,
Gotcha.
and
Awesome.
I'm just gonna do it as a cantrip.
All right. Well, it's always a cantrip. It's just it scales, right? So
Yeah.
so now it's either 2d8 or 2d12, and since they have damage, it's now 2d12. And it's going to be a wisdom save. So
Yeah, you can roll 2d12 instead of 2d8.
That's the snake creature that got hit, right?
correct. So it would be 2d12 instead of 2d8.
All right.
There we go. And although it does succeed the saving throw, so that is a no damage since it's cantrip.
Fortunate miss. You have a bonus action. You could do something like spiritual weapon if you have it.
Hold on.
I don't know what you have
I
prepared.
didn't mean to do this. Hold on. That's an action. That's I thought that was a bonus action. It's not. Let's see. Action. 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 Not looking good on the bonus action front. I'm just gonna.
I would recommend, if you think we're gonna get into combat on a certain day, Spiritual Weapon is a really good one. That's a bonus action, just as a recommendation. Obviously, can't change it today, but.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, this one will
Actions.
pull out a bow, and it will fire 2 arrows, and so that's a 17 and an 18 to hit. It's firing both at Glorb. So both hit.
Okay.
Because your AC is... Oh, wait! Do both hit? Because I think you could use your reaction, I believe, to deflect one of them. If you wanted to.
Is that
Deflect?
With your tail.
Ooh. Ooh. So does it just does it come back and hit them, or does it just
No,
fucking
you
parry?
just block it.
Okay, so it's just a parry.
Yeah, it's a parry, yeah.
Then why would I not parry?
Because you only have one reaction until your next turn. So, in theory, if you were like, hey, I might want to deflect something else, and then, but, yeah. Technically, it's within 10 feet, but, I'll say just in general.
I mean, the arrow's within 10 feet of him when he
Yeah,
blocks
exactly.
it.
I'll just parry it then. Fuck it, I'll go for the parry. What I do now?
So you roll a d8.
A single
D.
D8.
And then, yep, and that'll get added to your AC. And if that goes above what was rolled to hit, you deflect. So one of those was a 17, so that just deflects the 17.
Okay.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter. You're a werewolf. You're immune to non-magical damage.
Is it not magical?
It's
What
not
are these guys
magical.
doing with their non-magical arrows?
So both arrows slam into you and just do nothing against
So I'm a
your
fucking tank?
Guys need to upgrade
against
their
your
weapons.
werewolf skin.
These low-level mobs can't even hit Glorb.
I think they're fucked, guys.
I'm just a tank. Oh shit, I'll just fucking run in at this point. I'll keep that in mind.
Guys, I think they're gonna have a bad time.
I was gonna stick with the homies just in case, but at this point, I might as well just fucking dolo it.
That's awesome. I mean, not
if you
for
run in
them.
there though and they cast anything magical though, yeah, they don't look like casters.
Nah, Glorb's him.
Glorb's that guy. All right. Well,
nah, I'd win.
that one is, upset. And this one's gonna sneak attack on Terra.
Oh, it was hit it.
Oh.
Terra has 100 hit points, right? They'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
That,
You know what?
It did crit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I see why I wouldn't know that at this point because of what the.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's roll the damage. Alright. And let me switch back to simple. I prefer simple. Alright. And he's attacking with a Schmidt-Mar.
I have a feeling that after a couple combats as werewolves, every enemy in the region is gonna think, you know what, we should just have some silver on hand just in case.
If things start getting around, I hear there's a werewolf problem around here. So that's a total of 14 slashing damage to Terra.
They're alive, right?
Yeah, he has 20 something. 20. Is it 14?
Yeah, here, I can put it in for you. Because if you click on the token, and then you click where the health is, you can just hit minus, and then whatever the damage is, hit enter, and then it does the math for you.
Okay.
And then, see, is the health bar already dropped? And then, next is... Oh, it has another attack. Oh, but that's a miss. It swings, overconfident with its good attack. It swings again, but clearly underestimating how sturdy Terra is as the blade goes flying out of its hand as it slaps by accident into Terra. And it no longer has the sword on him. So let me just make note that he does not have the sword. Let's see. This is a good one, I guess. Alright, sure. Alright. And next is this one's turn. This one will run up, and it is going to try to wrap its body around Terra. And so that is going to be a... So that is a 21 to hit.
No.
And that is... And that's 12 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And he is now grappled and restrained. Oh, here. I got you. Minus 12. There you
go. It didn't do it for me for some reason.
Oh, because you put it in the red one. I have health in green.
Oh, okay.
So, like, you'd click where the number is, and then while it's highlighted, you then hit minus and then type it in.
Okay.
And next, it's going to swing with a sword. And see if it hits. What is the AC? Because it's only 11. It should be 15, right?
Yeah, it's 15.
Okay. I was about to say, I'm like, there's no way it's that low. So it misses with its blade attack. Alright. And let's see. There we go. That works for... And this is the one constricting. Oop. Oop. Shit. There we go. Just doing a little dance. I'll put this image because he's wabbing. Oh, I said... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Needles, your move?
Alright.
Wait a minute, Needles, what's your dexterity modifier?
+3.
Okay. So go ahead and do your turn. Technically, you should have gone before that guy.
It's not relevant.
Fair.
Yeah, we'll just treat it as though it happened anyway.
Yeah.
So I have Detect Magic up. I move forward enough so I can, I'm just going to move here. I can see the entire room. Any magic?
Nope.
No magic.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Which also means their weapons are not magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to casually fly past them just so I'm like out of 5-foot range over here. Do they take attacks of opportunity?
Yeah, I was about to say, are you going to go near them so they can...
Well,
yeah, so I'm just gonna fly past all these guys. All 3 of the ones over here.
So what do they need to hit, by the way? What do they have to roll for hitting?
So I would have used dissection time before going in.
Okay.
Which means they have to hit a 20.
Oh, so first of all, they don't roll high enough to hit anyway. So they're just all swinging. But this one, actually, the one that was on, because he lost his, but he tries to punch at you, because he doesn't have the Schmittmar anymore. Oh, he tries to bite at you, actually, yeah. He tries to bite at you, he misses and chips his jaw, like with how hard he chomped to try to bite you. And man, he definitely chipped his tooth. That hurt.
All right, so
I
I will
rolled a nat
get.
one.
So I'm very good. None of them hit. None of them do any damage. I am going to be here just so I'm more than 5 feet away from any of them. And so when I use my telepathy, anything that understands at least one language can understand me. Let's find it. Where's my... There it is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So as long as it understands one language, it can understand me. I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, "Hello, friends. We're looking for the prince, and this seems to be going very poorly for you. If any of you feel like surrendering, we'd appreciate some guidance on finding both the children and the prince." And as I'm saying that, I'm going to take 2 Eldritch Blasts on this one.
All right.
Well, I will pause for just a second to see if any of them respond as though in any way.
Make a persuasion check. If you
And
want.
I spent my bonus action, so this has to just be free action.
Yeah, just free action. Okay.
Oh my God.
Sure.
It's okay.
Okay.
All 10s. All 10 or lower all day.
And they kind of pause, and they're just like, "Oh shit."
Although, I would say, to be fair, I guess this doesn't matter much, but it would have been intimidation. Not
yeah, I
persuasion.
mean,
was
still,
going more
it's a
for
nat 20
intimidation.
is a nat 20.
It would be a 24 instead of a 30.
Yeah, but either way, still a nat 20. As they're like,
I just want to specify because I'm still gonna Eldritch Blast
Yeah.
regardless. So intimidation makes more sense.
That's
than
awesome.
Persuasion.
Go ahead and roll the hit really quick.
Yeah. Boom.
Uh-huh.
Boom. Oh, well, that's annoying.
Oh.
All right, and
But,
you're
yeah.
which one are you shooting at?
Actually, would I know if I attack this one, could it hit Terra? Because it's kind
Correct.
of like in a grappling. Okay, then I would not attack that one. Has this one? I'll just attack this one here.
Okay. So
that I did much.
nat 1 does not hit. Roll a d20 for me really quick.
Okay, I did want to describe how the attack looks because now that Needles isn't using his scalpel, you guys see as he entered dissection time, his claws, which are typically just a little bit longer than his fingers, are now like an inch long, which for Needles, the small little fairy, is just massive. And I will like tear through the air towards the like eldritch projection of the creature and start tearing into its flesh remotely.
Nice.
But what am I doing? Rolling a d20?
Yeah, just d20.
Okay.
Okay, cool. It was a flat luck roll just to see if, because your luck was
Did that one
shitty
do
enough to
anything?
still somehow hit your ally. But no, you're good.
Okay.
And then, just because, like, especially with given how the attack works. So, yeah, no, it takes the damage, and they see this, and they hear all this, and then they just go, "Oh, shit. Okay, so, alright, I guess, I mean, when becoming a god, it's understandable to piss off other gods. So, we're gonna stand down and let the master deal with you."
Their god knows my god.
And they just kind of put down their weapons. They let go of Terra, give him a pat, and they're like, "Children are probably already dead. But if you wish to challenge our master, that's probably what you're here for. If you're a opposing god, but we're not gonna pretend like we're gonna defeat a god. So be merciful and remember that we were, capable of having negotiations if you do happen to win."
Yes. Yes, the gods are going to be in conflict with each other. Just stand down. And as I'm getting closer to my friends, I assume this is where we're going to wrap up the session. There's probably another individual connected to the end down here. He's probably doing some naughty things. This is going to be annoying.
And
I assume. Sorry, I just assumed that combat ended, so I was flying over here.
No. So combat ends, but also they will
Okay.
hand you and they're like, here, it's a sign. It's an apologies for the friend that we hurt, and they hand you a health potion.
Oh, that's great. But yeah, I was just flying near the door. I assume we're wrapping up session.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
did
we're
not
wrapping
expect to roll a natural 20. I kind of
That
wanted to
was
fail
easy.
there, but
But hey, you know what?
it's not like with them attacking Glorb and then it doing nothing. I
Literally
figured they'd be
nothing.
a little bit intimidated.
And they've rolled 4 nat ones during this combat. They are doing so awful in this fight, and already just seeing it not going well for them. They're just like mind you, Terra was having a rough time, but everyone else doing fine.
So just to double check, we have some snake friends now joining our character.
No, well,
Yeah, friends.
maybe.
is
Maybe.
objective.
We have snake rivals. I like out
Yes.
of character, like you guys get the idea that I have some sort of connection to the end, right? And Needles, what he was trying to convey was that it seems like the individual that is at the head of this cult is probably connected to the end in a similar way. Like when Griffin called Needles a grand vessel, whoever we're dealing with is probably also a grand vessel. That's sort of what Needles was trying to get across.
Mm.
With fewer words, less descriptors. So they're not friends. They just seem to, if my theory is correct, they seem to say, oh, you're similar to our guy. We're just going to let you fight the boss. That's my guess, at least.
We'll have to see.
Also, I don't want to say we're leaving this room yet. We'll see what happens next session, because
Yes.
we might just kill these guys anyway.
Yeah.
Because they do eat children. And that feels like leaving them alive might be bad.
They are still kind of evil.
Kind of, you know.
Just to.
And I mean, we could just send me and Glorbin and then shut the door because these guys don't have any countermeasures to werewolves. Like, what are these guys doing? Their werewolf problem is just such a huge issue. They're not prepared at all. Where's Van Helsing?
We could pull
Their
a Goku,
education.
you know.
You just fucking stunt on them.
Their
Well,
education
Goku
system is so bad.
Never let a Saiyan know that they're more powerful.
To be fair,
than you.
they do probably have poison damage to some
Well, no,
degree, I'm
like,
guessing.
Goku notoriously basically makes all his enemies into his friends. So I'm like, we could just pull a Goku.
Oh, yeah, oh, true.
and change them.
Even
full
with child
anime.
leaders, you know.
yeah,
but Winch,
you know.
Winch actually still had a turn coming up. I feel bad because Winch didn't get to do anything. Unless he wants to run in and attack them.
Yeah, which do you want to just throw hands after they're like, oh, we tried there.
Get me in there. Get me in there.
Let me at him.
They seem pretty intimidated. Luckily, this isn't a goblin situation where we're like, let's be friends. This is a, you're way weaker than us. Sit the hell down and shut the hell up.
Yeah. Are we the bad guys?
No.
They're eating children. I don't think so.
That's a good point.
Needles might be the bad guy, but sorry,
Oh.
did Winch want to do anything before
What's
we wrap
that? Get
up
me in
session
there.
since
Get me
we
in
need to go?
there.
Yeah, go in. Smack them around. It doesn't have to be like a full-on murderous thing. You could just go in and slap them to
You
just,
just
put them in their place.
I mean, true.
Make sure they know what they're in for.
We're getting in there. I want to get in there too.
Well, yeah.
Do you want to make a roll to hit to punch him? Winch. just really let's show him what for. It's great too because Mr. Roboto is probably invisible to them, so they wouldn't even see you punch them.
What the hell?
They
is
just
hitting
walk
me?
in and start
It's
getting slapped.
God.
Like, an illithid just walks in, they start getting slapped around him, and he walks out.
But if you're not doing anything, we will go
Do
ahead.
it. Do it.
and
Slap him. Slap him.
call.
Give him some slaps, Winch.
Give a
Knock one unconscious.
might
just
as
to
well
show
give
him
a
what it's
good
about.
slap. Might as well.
Roll for Mr. Roboto.
Do you have the character sheet open?
It's loading.
Oh, okay, it's loading. Okay, no worries. Loading. Da, 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 da.
What attack should I do?
The punch.
Poke them. Poke their eyes out. Boom, boom.
Punch.
Poke them in their little snake noses.
Punch. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my
Jesus
dear
Christ.
heavens.
Jesus.
225s.
All right, and then you get
Punches.
2 attacks. So go ahead and make another one.
Hit him again.
It's
one
the
is-
18
To be
with
fair,
advantage.
are they trying to dodge, or are they so intimidated they give him advantage?
Yeah. Well, he has advantage because they can't see it. It's invisible to them.
Oh, true. Okay.
So just
that
an
hits as well.
invisible force just punches him in the head twice.
Winch, give us a one-liner. Come on. Give us a one-liner as we walk
wish-
out the room.
I wish for the Yoda
Power
does
to
that.
the moon.
Nice. And as it's still standing but like very bloodied, it just bang. And with that we will end the session.